Star Wars. We had a very interesting prison transit from DENON in the Inner Rim to the BELSAVIS system, the very outer skirts of the Outer Rim. I guess it's probably the inner skirts of the Outer Rim. Anyway, you guys are given the task to transport one Vina Darek, a rather terrifyingly psychotic, supposedly Twi'lek serial killer. Choices were made during transit, and everybody's gonna have to live with those choices. You're going to have to deal with them maybe a little bit sooner than some of you maybe thought. During hyperspace travel to BELSAVIS, an incident happened, to put it politely. While everyone was away, the prisoner escaped and managed to steal your attached starship and sabotage your hyperdrive, forcing you out of hyperspace. The rest of you could only watch in horror as the N1 starfighter Rayla's prized possession just continued on into hyperspace without you, and you were left behind in deep space. There was quite a lot of confusion and argument on most of the crew's part, and you were left to sulk in space at the potential blowback from what has happened. Fortunately, you were able to get the hyperdrive jury-rigged and repaired for the most part, and resume your course to BELSAVIS with no better options. You were debating whether or not to start a search for the prisoner and where to start this search, and there was a lot of mixed feelings on the part of the crew. But to BELSAVIS, indeed, you did go, and you did arrive at BELSAVIS intact. But you'd only been in system for a few minutes when you received an incoming hail from the BELSAVIS security force, and with all the distraction, had not been entirely aware of the multiple incoming light cruisers, which had surrounded your vessel and locked a tractor beam onto it, and demanded your immediate surrender, and told you to prepare for boarding under the authority of the Sector Rangers. That is where we will begin today's session.
Okay, that's where was Ron again at the end of this? Down the bridge, or was where was I? I can't remember.
I believe everybody is on the bridge, and I think
What
everybody's
kind of
jaw
gun
has
was
to be.
final mounted on those?
What?
Those ships look ridiculous. That nose gun.
I have no idea what those are. It's more important what's in the center. That is a Carrack-class light cruiser, which is kind of famous for being very, very hard to destroy, even by, like, Star Destroyers, which are much larger than it. And it carries a lot of firepower. It's not the only light cruiser in the system, and it's also not the only light cruiser surrounding you. There's also a Tartan-class light cruiser here. It's like a patrol cruiser. You have a lot of firepower arrayed around you. It makes sense that they would have firepower of this magnitude around the planet. And in the distance, I think you can see a Lancer-class frigate orbiting close to one of um, the large stations orbiting the planet. It does not look friendly either. So yeah, you have like a little beeping little message, and I believe you've been ordered to stand down. And I think everybody's looking outside the bridge viewport at the many incoming. I think there's like 3 or maybe 4 various ships of light frigate, light cruiser esque size, and quite quite a few fighters, like maybe half a dozen.
I think Raylo would respond that, this is the Sector Ranger ship Far Ranger. We are, of course, complying. Because he probably would turn the radio off, saying, like we had much choice of that kind of firepower.
This looks official, Rayla. I'm going to go down to the hangar bay and prepare to meet our guests, and I'm going to head towards, I guess, whatever dock that we would probably be arraying ourselves for. Probably motion to the others, clean up a bit if there's anything that we need to make look professional on this ship.
So you would, of course, meet them on deck C by the airlocks.
I'll head down there right now.
I will probably head down there too.
What is everybody else doing?
I will head down the airlock and be in the back.
Okay, all right.
I guess.
Rayla, you're probably just at the helm, maybe? Or are you going down
I'll stay
with
at the
them?
helm for now. Until they request me.
Okay, so yeah, you're getting instructions to shut down your drives, turn off your weapons and shielding systems, and remain in place. And like you have a tractor beam locked onto you, but they're not pulling you anywhere. They're obviously just preventing you from going anywhere. And you can see the ship is basically looming over you. And they're sending instructions that they are sending a boarding crew aboard, and that all quote escaped convicts aboard your ship are to present themselves at the airlock and to surrender immediately, and that they are to present themselves with weapons down.
Have we scanned these ships to see if they're actually legit Sector Rangers? I mean, we're kind of overpowered, but
Nobody has made the attempt. No.
I ask Rayla or the trash can to.
Alright. Try to do that. It's probably just checking like a transponder code or something.
Yeah. These ships are most definitely not Sector Ranger ships, but they are most definitely ships registered to the BELSAVIS security force, which is the security force which operates the BELSAVIS prison. Everything looks frighteningly verifiable. Like, you don't have a HoloNet access here to actually get full verification, but their transponders are reading as appropriate. If you want to give me a more detailed role, if you have some suspicion, or if you don't believe that, you can give me let's see here, maybe a use computers role to see, like, maybe if you think that they're if they're doing some sort of transponder spoofing. But it does on the surface appear legitimate.
Alright, it looked like they're given the right codes. I don't think I would suspect a large force like this on the prison planet that wouldn't be the actual security force.
Defying such a large force is inadvisable.
Yeah. I think most notably you register that there are in fact turbo laser batteries on board the various space stations around the planet.
Yes, turbo lasers.
Miss Rayla, I suggest you shut down the weapons and hyperdrive. Well,
Yeah.
sublight drive,
I'm
I guess.
fairly sure we were doing that, but we'll do that. Yeah.
You're the one that has to do it.
Yes.
If you're curious, Rayla, the Carrick class, like if you're just kind of scanning through it, Reed's is having like roughly in the neighborhood of 10 heavy turbo lasers.
Yeah, about that.
It's kind of armed to the teeth. These things do fight Star Destroyers. Not necessarily winning, but they fight them.
It depends how much your average carrot costs compared to your average Star Destroyer.
Yeah. They're not very, these are very old ships, but so I'm assuming, Rayla, you've passed all this information along.
Yeah.
Are people disarming by the airlock?
I'm going to be looking like I'm professionally ready to greet them because I don't think I'm an escaped convict. I'm thinking
Okay.
there's some sort of misunderstanding. So I'm probably just in my standard armor. I'm not going to be like having my gun drawn or anything. I'm going to have it,
A bold and interesting choice, Roddick.
I'm going to be having it professionally or nothing's going to be armed or pointed at the airlock, but I am going to be in my normal outfit when I greet them.
All right. Seeing that, is anybody or any of the trio down there actually disarming? I'm probably assuming not then.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my guns on my head.
Okay. All right.
Probably going to take any time I have to take a small rag out and polish my badge and armor and such, make myself look as professional as possible after all this.
Okay. Well, after about 3 minutes, there is a rocking against the ship and a large clanking as the starboard airlock registers as having been attached, and a boarding craft has attached to the side of the ship, and you can actually see it's the Tartan class patrol cruiser, and I will find an image for you in a second. It's kind of a nasty piece of work in and of itself.
I have an image. There we are.
Thank you.
That's an interesting looking ship.
Yeah, it's a small ship, but comparatively it has roughly 20 laser cannons and a crew of 70.
Sorry to interrupt. My daughter was interrupting me. What did Roddick and Jin do? Disarm?
No, they're not. They're waiting, supposedly calmly, outside of the airlock.
Okay, I'll do the same.
Okay.
I have my weapons stashed in a non-threatening way, but they are carried. Just because I don't think that they would want me to disarm. I'm
Alright.
reading it that way.
Okay. So, the signal reads that they're requesting airlock access. Rayla, do you punch the button from the bridge?
Yes.
And do you come down from the bridge at all, or do you stay up there in the firm belief that you're not an escaped convict?
I probably stay on the bridge.
Okay, all right. So with that, like a squad of armored security officers boards the Far Ranger, and
Welcome aboard the Fire Rangers, Officer Selby.
They immediately start shouting to put your weapons on the ground, put your weapons on the deck, get down on your hands and knees. They are literally just shouting, I think you can see who is it? There is a there is a Syrian in command here. He is he's fairly tall and he's armored. He's walking in behind them. All of them have their weapons raised. All of them definitely are appearing to mean business. It's spelled differently. They're ordering you to put your guns on the deck, and like as soon as they see you, Roddick, in full battle armor, two of them draw stun batons and they start moving towards you, while several of them like cover you with their it looks like they're carrying blaster carbines, and you can hear like the whine of them powering up.
I'm gonna press my button on my my hollow badge, and I'm going to say there must be some sort of misunderstanding. What's the
Get down on the
situation here?
deck! Get down on the deck! You are under arrest in the name of the Sector Rangers under authority. And then like they spout off some code.
I'm going to undo my gun belt and get down on the floor, I guess, but I'm not going to be happy about it.
Yeah, as soon as you do that, like one of them basically puts his foot on your back and shoves you face first down into the deck.
Roddick's going to snap a couple straps on his bandolier that'll go flap to the ground, and then he'll take his shotgun and deholster that and also put that on the ground, and then he'll get on the ground, and in the process he'll slide his hollow badge over towards them so they can inspect it as I get on the ground, saying there must be some
it's
mistake.
like as soon as you get down to your knees, you feel people reaching for the clasps of your helmet to pull it off, and they're basically trying as quickly as they can to not take all of your armor off, but basically to dismantle your offensive capability in terms of taking your helmet off at least, and to take your weapons. They can't really do anything about your wrist weapons at a moment's notice, but like you've got like 4 people covering you, I think, as they basically get you down onto your belly.
I'll probably be screaming what the meaning of this and what's wrong with them, that this is a Sector Ranger operation.
Bunko, are you turning over your weapon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Putting everything on the ground and kissing it.
Yep. So you're surrounded by like no less than I think maybe 8 security officers, and a moment later, another 4 enter the ship, and are directed towards the elevators, and the officer in charge, kind of wearing a crisp black uniform, says, "Where are the others aboard your ship?"
I'm going to probably try to look up and say, first I want to know what the charges are. Why are you arresting Sector Rangers? This is a Sector Ranger operation. I'll probably be sounding more than a little frustrated.
I have under authority of Commandant Hesh, and Sector Ranger code 1314483 to place you under arrest for, and then he pulls out a data pad, and he starts reading off some brief charges, including theft of a starship, endangering the lives of officers, pretty much everything that you think the prisoner did, like down to a T. And he says, you will comply, and you will immediately inform all escaped convicts aboard this vessel to stand down and submit to boarding.
Roddick's going to curse under his breath and say something about that they're making a huge mistake. But then I guess he'll try to reach up towards his helmet comm if they'll let him. Well, what's left? I guess they probably took the faceplate off at this point, or not? Whatnot?
They pulled your helmet off. I think one of them probably hands you, like, maybe Chen's comlink.
Okay, I'll take that and I'll get on the comms and say there's some sort of a misunderstanding here. Unfortunately, I think that the Rangers here are wasting time evaluating us, and they should be going after our previous guest.
Most
But,
notably, none
everyone
of these
should
guys
stand
are
down
wearing Sector Ranger uniforms.
Ooh, that's interesting. The charge he gave me. What does that sound like?
Give me a bureaucracy roll.
Let me do that 1 second.
And actually, everybody present in this particular scene can give me a bureaucracy roll. Oh, you were so close to a nat 20. It's a pretty high roll, though. Chen only recognizes this particular header code as definitely being some sort of valid Sector Ranger code. Doesn't necessarily mean it's being used properly, doesn't necessarily mean this guy actually has the authorization to use it, but it's like it's not a made-up code. You, Roddick, I think know a little bit more, at least. It sounds like an official code, and it sounds like something, You're untrained, right?
I'm untrained at it, I think, yeah.
It doesn't sound like anything you like. There's basically like a 3-digit header for it to kind of give you the kind of class approximation for it. You're going over it in your head. It sounds like there's some sort of senior officer involved, like judging by the header code, but you have never heard this particular sort of branch code involved at all in any of your work in the Sector Rangers.
I'm going to look at the guy, and I'm going to say I'll have everyone on the ship stand down, but I want to see some identification first. I want to make sure we're dealing with actual Sector Rangers.
The guy turns to you and he says, "We are not members of the Sector Rangers, but you are being placed under arrest by legitimate Sector Ranger authority as per code," and he reads it off again.
If you're a bounty
You'll
hunter,
be taken into custody. We are not bounty hunters. We are legitimately authorized personnel of the BELSAVIS prison security force.
I'm going to look at him and say, then you must have some legitimately authorized identification for me
Yeah,
to evaluate.
So, like, by this time, I think, Rayla, you can hear the lift coming up towards the bridge.
Okay.
And Signal, you're there too. There's a and the doors slide open, and there are four guys in security, like light security armor that come out, all wielding. I think 3 of them have blaster carbines, and 1 of them has a blaster. And they walk out onto the bridge with their weapons raised, demanding your immediate surrender.
Hey, don't get pushy with the blasters. Here, take it. I don't want the blaster pistol anymore, anyways.
Okay, so
I
yeah,
took everything else.
hand over your blaster and you submit to custody. Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. They put you in, I think probably stun cuffs.
Yay.
And they lead you. I think 2 of them lead you back into the elevator. 2 of them remain on the bridge. 1 of them stands next to the elevator. And the one that has the pistol goes and he sits down near Signal, but not next to him, at one of the helm controls, and starts activating one. It looks like he's going to comms. And he turns to you, Signal, and he's like, "Don't try anything that would endanger the ship." And you can hear him like reporting back to his superiors that they've successfully captured the ship. Back down in the hallway, you're all placed into stun cuffs. Your weapons and stuff are retrieved, and you're brought back to your feet. And as this is happening, the guy does show you identification. Give me, I guess, another bureaucracy roll if you, I guess perception checks if you're thinking this might be a forgery or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm mostly curious about. Let me see. I persuasion on accident. Hold on.
Well, you rolled a 12. You would just change the modifier.
Yeah, we don't re-roll when you accidentally.
I apologize. I should. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
That would be a 9. That's not.
So you rolled a 12 plus 2 plus 2 plus another 5, so it would have been a 17.
I'll take that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right, so
No, he's got yeah, that's just right. Don't see why the number doesn't work out, but
yeah, it's very odd. I'm gonna have to go over your sheet again. Looks legit. You haven't really worked with the BELSAVIS security force before, but you have dealt with some prisons. This is a much more heavy-duty security force than others. What brief glimpse you get of it, it does look legit.
I'm going to get on the comms and I'll say that everyone should stand down and cooperate with the BELSAVIS security force so we can straighten this out and
by math,
hopefully
it
get
looks like a
underway
21.
again
It's
as
really
quickly
weird.
as possible.
So yeah, you do know that this is highly irregular for like an outside force to take you into custody, even if they supposedly have sector ranger regulations. But they seem to be legitimate. You're in kind of a gray area here because you have no official, like you have an official agreement with BELSAVIS, but it's not the same official agreement you have with everybody else. Like, let me bring us back to the map. With everybody else marked with the like the yellow diamond, those are guys who have actually signed the treaty. You can't see it right now, but BELSAVIS actually has one of the orange circles, which indicates that they have some sort of other agreement with you, either official or unofficial. They basically have full autonomy in their system, but they have an agreement with you to work with you to like store your prisoners and help you in that regard and give you limited aid when you're in their system. So while you're in their system, it's kind of their deal.
While you have the, if I still have the radio, I'm going to punch in again to signal and tell them to get our entire flight recorder from the time we left our last destination for further proof of our innocence to clear this up quickly.
You don't have comms anymore.
Okay.
Okay, so you're all led back through the airlock and into the patrol cruiser. And several moments later, Signal, you look and see that the patrol cruiser is indeed undocking from the ship, and both the ship and the patrol cruiser start heading towards the largest of the orbital space stations.
Roddick's cooperating entirely, hoping to clear this up, and it seems very
You guys
frustrated.
are led to obvious temporary holding cells aboard the Tartan. You're kind of you're led there. The people who are leading you there do not say a whole lot. The cells are open and you're kind of shoved in, but not terribly roughly. And yeah, I think it's a very brief process. It's not like this is a very busy world like DENON. It only takes you guys a few minutes, I think, to get back to back to their station, and you guys are sitting around in cells for maybe 20 minutes. Does anybody do anything during that time?
Getting some sleep. I've had a hard day.
I'm just going to observe my surroundings and see if I notice anything.
Okay, all right. What are you specifically looking for?
I guess I'm mostly going to be kind of like looking at like the people and like their uniforms, just see if I see anything that looks like out of place, basically, for a law enforcement officer.
All right, yeah, that works. Give me a perception. They all have the bearing that you would typically associate with law enforcement officers, specifically prison guards. They have kind of a different bearing and gait than a typical, detective, for instance. They're all a little bit stiff. They all give you kind of wary glances, and you can see that they're definitely kind of sure with their weapons. But you get the feeling that they're giving off kind of the legitimate security vibe. You can't necessarily say anything for their motives or who's controlling them, but at least that part seems legitimate. The ship also seems well maintained and clean, for what it's worth.
I definitely want to, having been on the other side of this more than a few times, I'm assuming that I am doing everything I can to both cooperate and not do anything threatening or that would cause trouble with them.
Okay. Can the four of you please give me intelligence checks? Wow, Roddick's rolling pretty good today.
Rarity.
You've banked all that bad karma for good. Rayla, can you give me an intelligence check? Ooh, that's an even better roll. Something's kind of off for you, Roddick. Not really with the ship, but just something's off. Rayla, I think you're actually a little bit more familiar with this side of the situation than Roddick. I'm giving you kind of a boost, a +2 bonus for this. You're only in custody for maybe 30 minutes at this point, but you do find it curious that nobody has said anything at all to you, and you've actually had no interaction at all with any of the guards, face-to-face or otherwise, since you were taken into custody and placed in these cells. You've been arrested, several times, but it's not super unusual at this point, but it is a little unnerving, a little weird that by this point you have not interacted with any of them at all. By 45 minutes, Rayla, did I say Bunko?
No, I didn't know she had criminal background.
Yeah, she was arrested at the beginning of the campaign.
If you count speeding as a criminal activity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely get the feeling that, in most circumstances, although you're not entirely sure, given the seriousness of, the situation, but, in most circumstances that you've been in, you've at least, seen people or somebody said something, but you're being kept curiously isolated from, the rest of the ship. The only people here are standing well outside of the cells, and nobody seems to be looking in your direction at all. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not paying attention, but like the force fields are up and they seem to be doing their jobs, and that's it.
In separate cells or the same cell?
Oh, you're definitely in separate cells.
Righto.
I think. Does anybody have any actions within the first hour?
I'm gonna stay quiet. Probably just continue resting up for whatever is about to happen, so I'm sharp when I get there. Because I figure that I'm not getting out of here, and plus I come from a fairly militant race, so.
Oh, I
these
should
people probably don't put
mention.
any of that on.
Yeah, I should mention you've all been thoroughly searched. And Roddick, you've had your armor removed.
Oh wow, that's very, very annoying to Roddick, but he's still not going to give these people trouble.
If anybody wanted to try to conceal anything on them, I will give you a chance if you want to tell me how. And what?
I do not have anything left to try to conceal.
Yeah, poor Rayla.
Wished I'd thought about the panic ring, but alas, I did not.
Alright. An hour and 20 minutes in, you hear booted footsteps, and like a new team of guards makes their way to your cell. They're all wearing, black reflective masks. I think you, Roddick, kind of recognize this as a tactic on your homeworld, specifically to, one, protect the identities of the people behind the masks, but two, to at least slightly unnerve prisoners and to make them feel at least like a little off balance. Is just sort of a general tactic. But six guards show up in addition to the two standing outside your cells. They've got like it seems like heavy duty stun carbines. And they've got stun batons on their belts, and again the same Syrian commander, and he looks to one of them and he nods, and he says, "Begin the transfer." And he looks over their shoulders and he says, "You will be transferred to the orbital station."
Are we already on the orbital station?
No, you're
We're on a
currently
ship.
you're on the Tartan.
Ew.
You're basically like docked at the station right now, but they haven't moved you off the ship yet.
Have you called our commander yet? I can't remember our chief's name.
Sir, there is no HoloNet access in the BELSAVIS system.
Radical sigh and say, how long will it take you to send a ship? We had a dangerous prisoner.
No
escape.
further questions.
Radek's going to sigh and just shake his head at these Belsavan amateurs and sit back down.
He looks to them and he says, "Make sure their restraints are in place, and lead them through the docking bay and to interrogation C." So yeah, you guys are all placed back in your stun cuffs, and led out. You're led through the halls of the ship, not past any particularly active areas, and very quickly out of the ship, and you emerge into like a docking tube, and through a small bay. But before you get anywhere, the lead commander there gets like a chirp on his comlink, and he raises it to his ear, and he talks on it for a few moments, and he gets like a kind of a quizzical look on his face. Then he nods, and he says, "Very well." He turns to the others and says, "Change of plans. We'll be bringing them to holding cells on deck C." make way to the elevators, and you are all brought to a bank of elevators nearby. You all see that this is a fairly Spartan facility. This space station is obviously not heavily trafficked, but it is very large in terms of like you can see outside of a viewport a very large open bay that literally leads straight through the heart of the station, like in one end and out the other, and you can see that the Far Ranger is docked inside. Can I get a perception check from everybody? Rayla, you get a +2 to this.
My string of horrible rolls continues.
Oh wow. Rayla ironically doesn't know this, but notice this, but Bunko and Roddick, you see a yellow, very sleek Naboo starfighter docked in the bay as well.
Oh, actually, it's tied to use the Force now, so it's actually 7 higher than that. But
That's enough. Yeah, you notice your starfighter on the other end of this huge, absolutely massive hangar bay that literally has 2 entrances, and it goes straight through the heart of the station.
Well, that changes things. Do I know if the armor's on the ship, just out of curiosity, or did they take it off?
The what?
My armor. It's still on the ship that we're on, right? Or did they take it off on the Far Ranger before they brought me here?
They took it off on the Tartan.
Okay, just good to know.
So you guys are led through and led up the turbo lifts, and you are each deposited in a holding cell. Unlike the ones on your ship, these are very much like the Death Star holding cells in Episode 4, like solid Durasteel doors and everything, like utter isolation cells here. No getting to look through the doors. Your stun cuffs are removed. You're pushed into the cell, and a moment later, the doors close behind you. You're all locked in your cells.
I'll probably give a couple good raps on the wall and appreciate this practical and efficient holding cell technology. And thinking to myself, I wish our ship had this.
Super reinforced and super durable. When you wrap your knuckle on the steel, it kind of hurts a little bit. You don't know how thick these cells are, but they seem pretty damn thick.
Roddick makes a mental note to himself. Once this is cleared up, make sure the quartermaster authorizes this kind of a cell for the Fire Ranger. And he sits down and silently waits.
Does anybody have any actions? How about you?
Check my cell.
Okay. What are you looking for?
Just any weaknesses in the security or whatever.
Give me a perception roll, please. This looks very solid, Bunko. I think the only potential weakness you can spot is the fact that there is a blind spot beneath the camera near the door. You could potentially hide there and maybe do something with that. That's about it.
Alright.
Signal. The guy who has taken command of the Far Ranger has basically asked you for your assistance in getting the ship impounded aboard the station. I'm assuming you have at least gone along with it as far as getting it into the station.
Yeah, I don't see why I wouldn't.
Yeah. Afterwards, I think he's ordering. I think you hear him ordering a crew onto the ship to go over it with a fine-tooth comb to make sure it's secure. And he turns to the one remaining guy on the bridge, and he says, "Make sure this area is kept secure." Are you doing anything during this time, Signal?
Do I have a copy of our orders and whatnot, or not?
It depends. You wouldn't have been given a specific copy. It depends on whether or not you would have specifically saved a visual memory of what, I guess, it wouldn't even have been visual. Like, I think you were, like, it was explained to you. You never really saw orders. You weren't even in the room when it was explained, so it was all explained to you by Roddick and the others. You might have been able to take orders from like the Roddick's datapad and stuff, but it never came up.
Alright.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
would
have
have
a
no
built-in holo recorder
yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, they wouldn't have had any reason to give you orders, being a servant droid. Yeah. But for everything that you can notice, Signal, it looks like they're just getting ready to go over the ship and then like maybe impound it here. And I think without a perception check, you can probably notice the fighter outside as well. Like, it's close enough to where you can just kind of see it outside the bridge. Does anybody have any notable actions to take after 6 hours?
Filing reports in my head for complaints about the inefficiency of this system.
I use the facilities.
Okay. You're intimately aware that there is a camera in your cell.
Yes.
You feel a little bit violated in terms of your privacy.
You're talking about me, dude. I worked at a strip club.
Yeah, my character's gonna be exercising, like, probably at some point if he gets bored of just resting. And that's about all he'll be doing.
Alright.
I think I would probably have to look around what I could see at least outside the cell. I don't know how big every region is a window, but
There's not. I discussed that it was all Durasteel.
right. So
All of the Death Star. Alright, well, after roughly 6 hours, I think somebody's cell door opens up. I need to determine whose. Alright, I think Chen, your cell opens up first. And in standing outside, is a very large, slightly husky version of a Trandoshan. for anyone who is not imminently aware, this is a Trandoshan. They are a very large lizard-like species, whom you may or may not remember from Empire Strikes Back. Behind him, you can see a pair of guards in the same sort of light riot armor. He seems to be dressed in the same sort of black uniform with like I think orange piping around the collar and like down the fold of his shirt, and you can see sort of a reflective small badge across his left breast, along with like a very limited, like few accoutrements to his uniform. It doesn't look very flashy at all. It's not very garish or anything. And he looks about the cell for a second. Do you do anything?
Nope.
He steps in, and the guards follow, and I think he looks down, and you see a device at his belt. He places like a clawed hand to it, and he twists a knob, and you hear like a faint, high-pitched like white noise for a second. That kind of hurts your ears, and that kind of fades a little bit. And he begins to speak in a raspy, unintelligible, very kind of slithery sort of tongue. And after a few seconds, his words are sort of echoed from what is obviously some sort of translator box on his hip. You are the one known as Ranger Chen Nevada. Yes.
I'm not going to say anything.
Very well. I am Commandant Hesh. I am the one which runs this facility. Just kind of stares at you for a few seconds, blinking reddish eyes. He looks very, very burly. He gestures towards the door after a moment, and he says, if you will please follow me, we will see about getting this business sorted.
Well, I suppose I will follow him then.
All right, so yeah, you're escorted by the two guards, and there's a pause, and he says, "Take him to interrogation C. I will be along momentarily." Notably, you're not cuffed. Roddick, you receive a similar visit. You find the door open for a very large Trandoshan male with two guards standing outside of your cell. Officer Concord.
I'm gonna look up and see what he has to say.
I am Commandant Hesh. If you will follow me, please.
Commandant Hesh, I'm going to stand up. I'm going to say, I'm hoping that we can sort this out quickly. I believe that a dangerous serial killer may have escaped to your station. I saw a ship that may have been stolen from our ship recently. I'm just going to flat out tell him.
Roll perception.
a perception.
You catch a slight quirk on his face. You don't get any more than that. He's a Trandoshan, and he's fairly different physiologically in terms of how he displays his emotions. But he did definitely react to what you were saying.
I'll pause for a moment and say that if we can move to wherever you'd like to conduct the interrogation, I will cooperate in any way that I can so we can take care of the real danger to your people.
Yeah, he nods. He nods and he says, "If you will be escorted by these gentlemen, they will take you to interrogation."
Roddick will do his best to comply completely.
Interrogation C for him as well, and they head off. Bunko and Rayla, you both receive the exact same visits. Do you take any sort of different tenor or tone of approach?
Ask them if we're gonna have any food.
He pauses and he says, "It's my understanding that your species, Claudite, can survive for more than a period of 6 hours without nourishment. You can go another hour."
How about a drink?
The guards just start nudging you with their blasters.
Just a drink.
I think there's a pause, and he says, "Perhaps you can drink out of the toilet."
I think I'll pass.
So Chen,
One moment. Commander Hash, when can I expect my ship to be returned to me? The N1 Starfighter. I believe it was probably mine in the hangar we passed. They aren't very common ships in the universe.
everything will be discussed momentarily. All right, this way, miss. He points like a 3-clawed finger that looks very much like it could probably disembowel you.
We eye it like, oh.
Very dangerous to die, Leku.
Indeed.
So all of you are find yourselves, I think, surprisingly, in the same interrogation room. It's a room aboard the station. It's I think it's rectangular. It's got a sort of a conference table in the middle. It's got enough chairs for maybe 8 people, and it's actually got a window, like a viewport. Although it looks like it's super heavily reinforced, it's kind of small, but it gives you a view of the rotating, frozen planet of BELSAVIS down below. And I think you're all kind of surprised that you've been let in here without cuffs for a moment, and I think you're even more surprised when Hesh does not enter the room, and he simply says, "Your interrogator will arrive momentarily." He nods, and the doors shut, and you 4 are left alone in interrogation C.
Roddick's totally taking the fact that we're not cuffed as a sign that this is finally getting sorted out, and maybe they figured out we're not fugitives, so he's going to cross his arms and say, hopefully this will be resolved soon. It sounds like they finally actually have identified us as not being ship thieves. I'm just going to sigh.
Did anybody else get food?
I haven't asked. I figured that we'd eat after.
I think both Roddick and Rayla had meals served to them.
Really?
Yep. It wasn't bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad.
I started cussing.
Roddick will kind of look to Bunko and ask, they did not want to serve you. What did you do to the guard?
I was fine.
No,
I was
it
I was a polite gentleman.
I think during this entire time, is Chen looking a little bit more sweaty beneath his Bothan fur than normal? Like, he has not said a whole lot at all. I think that at least everybody has to notice that Chen has been, instead of his normal kind of take charge and give everybody his opinion whether or not you want it at all. Chen has been very, very much not inserting himself into the situation.
Oh,
I-
in better news, guys. I don't know if it's better news or worse news, but my starship's here. Or at least an N1 starfighter is here. I doubt they'd have one otherwise.
Galactic nods and says, I believe the serial killer may have escaped to this place, and may be among them without them realizing it. Might be the source of the confusion. Perhaps she altered their computer records. We do know she has skills we were unaware of.
She was surgically altered, as the droid on board said. Might be with these people.
Or might be infiltrating these people.
He also had
If we see her, we
motionized
should
stuff
definitely alert
and
the
was very
others.
deceptive.
If we see her, we should alert the others. She may have been altered to blend in here. We don't know the extent of what's happening, and we can't act until we know all the pieces.
All they have to look at is the stupid locks on this ship.
The log
It's a
should
good-
have everything.
It's a good thing they weren't erased.
Yeah, I don't know who would.
So you know, I think probably 5 minutes pass, and the door opens up, and standing in the crisp black uniform of a sector ranger senior enforcement officer is a burnished orange Twi'lek, whom you immediately recognize to be your prisoner. And she sets foot into the room. And the door closes behind her.
I've
I
got a
have-
bad feeling about this.
I am immediately going to stand up and scream, Guards! The serial killer has arrived!
She just like looks at you and raises an eyebrow, and she says, Officer Concord, this has been a very trying trip. If you will please refrain from yelling. I've had a headache for the last, 30 parsecs.
I'm going to just look at her and say,
Parsec
"I'll
is a measure of distance, not a measure of time.
Exactly.
I'm going to look at her and I'm going to say, I should be placing you under arrest for theft of Ranger property, attempted murder, multiple serial. I'm going to start going over
Technically-
the charges I was given.
Technically, under my authority as a senior enforcement officer, I have placed all of you under arrest, pending authority back from DENON.
I was going to look at her and say, senior enforcement officer. And I'm going to kind of look to the others and said that we saw something was wrong in your file, but why do you expect us to believe this? We were told you were a serial killer.
She narrows her eyes as she looks over you, and she says, Classified Directive 7. I work for OAIS. Everybody here who is at all familiar with the Sector Rangers immediately gets like a tightening in their stomach, probably, especially Chen, who has been dealing with internal affairs. OAIS stands for the Office of Accountability and Internal Security. They are like literally the Internal Affairs Bureau, which keeps accountability and security for the entire Sector Rangers. She says, my OAIS agent code name is Red. I was on a mission to this planet. However, things changed mid-route. I had several objectives, one of which was to analyze the effectiveness of your crew, as well as to ascertain certain. And she turns towards Chen, I believe, as she narrows her eyes. Certain charges and rumors about members of your crew.
Alex just kind of sit down with that "oh well" shit look on his face as he kind of looks at the others in the group. Kind of looks back and looks at. I guess he kind of thinks that maybe some of his reports might be validated at least, so he's got that going for him in the back of his head.
So what part of the mission here was disabling our ship to the point that we might blow ourselves up?
Your ship was never going to explode, you amateur. If you knew anything about hyperspace mechanics at all, you would know that in the event of an overload, your ship would automatically override your hyperspace drive and drop out of hyperspace. I was perfectly willing to go along with your treatment, at least for the first several days. But when it became clear that I had something to fear for my life, I did not believe that I could survive for the entire 72 hours of the trip.
For your life? I mean, yeah, the first couple days might have been rough, but we let up on you in the last couple.
She just
Jordan,
narrows her
return me
eyes
to-
and she says, "You will refrain from talking any further, I would believe, unless you wish to be muzzled. It is not a very pleasant experience."
I'll look and say that I was informed that the medical droid was fulfilling all obligations after day. I'm gonna go think about which hour it was that we made the decision to let it in. I think it was like 16 hours in.
Oh no, it was somewhere in the second day.
Okay. I'll mention that the medical droid
Also,
was fulfilling
I will point out that the 72-hour thing probably rings a slight bell for Rayla, because your trip was supposed to take a full day longer than it did, because you guys cut down on your hyperspace time. She says, "I had reason to believe that my mission would be a failure due to your incompetence, and the longer I was at your treatment, the less likely I was certain that I would actually reach my destination. I will say that I have endured torture at the hands of criminals on Coruscant with more civility than your own." She just gives you all like a very large guilt trip as she just stares you over.
For what it's worth, ma'am, I did not mean to inform the agent to fire the stun cuffs when you were standing, so I do apologize for the concussion. I'm gonna kind of laugh that.
She just narrows her eyes and she says, "Regardless, everything has been noted in my report, but that's not why I am here. Ranger Nevada and all of you will be held accountable for your actions. However, I have other business to attend to here. Do you have anything to say for your particular actions?"
I was following orders.
She narrows her eyes.
Roddick will say that my first concern was for the safety of my crew, ma'am. That's why I took extra precautions with you. But nonetheless, I was informed that the medical droid began fulfilling your needs to a specified level. So I do.
Ranger
apologize for the
Concord.
concerns.
Nowhere in the Sector Ranger security mandate does it say anything about starvation and dehydration of a prisoner to ensure the security of any facility.
That is why the medical droid was allowed to fulfill its purpose, ma'am.
After the second day, after you all realized that I was in the slow process of dying, I'm not here to debate this. You are all clearly at fault.
Roddick will cross his arms.
The logs have already been retrieved from your ship, and have been earmarked to be sent to DENON at the next possible ship heading out to the HoloNet. Ranger Nevada, please stand up. You will be taken into custody immediately. Agent B, as the ship's records indicate, you will also be taken into custody. We will both be escorted out of the room immediately. Do not believe, she turns to both Roddick and Rayla, that you will probably be seeing these individuals anytime soon.
Like, kind of looks to Jen and looks, gives that look of like, damn man, kind of glance, but he just kind of glances back to the person that's speaking to us now.
She says, you were in charge of this operation, Nevada, so it's entirely in your hands that this blame falls. It's also been noted by your medical droid that you attempted to cover up this information. I find that you are entirely unfit to be a Sector Ranger. I've already put my recommendation in that you not only be stripped of your rank, but you be brought up on full charges of torture, as well as interfering in an official Sector Ranger operation while a Sector Ranger is undercover. You will have to face the music, as you say, when you get back to DENON. But until then, you will be held aboard this station until the next outbound transport. Just like silence in the room.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is Jen gonna say anything?
I have nothing to say.
Yeah, she like reaches back and like wraps a knuckle on the door, and it opens, and she steps aside, and two armed guards enter the room, and she says, "Take the Bothan to a cell. You will be the station's guest for the foreseeable future." And she says, like as the two leave, she motions for another pair, and she says, "Take this one to another one. I do not believe we will be dealing with her like anytime soon." She says, after engaging in willful acts of torture. Bunko, do you do anything as they make ready to take you to a cell?
I'm questioning why Roddick's not coming along.
Are you actually questioning why Roddick is not coming along?
Yes.
As my authority as senior ranger in this sector, I am using all available assets to complete my mission. But since you will not be part of it, I am not going to explain this to you. Take her away. Bunko, I think you're placed in stun cuffs and moved out of the cell and back to your, or out of the interrogation and back to your cell.
All right.
Roddick will turn and say, "So the cadet was blameless in this. I do want to give the highest commendation, and she was the strongest advocate on your behalf." And I'm going to kind of nod towards Farseeker.
As the door closes, she turns back and she says, "Inaction is no excuse. There was willful disobedience of the Sector Ranger security mandate as to the treatment of sentient beings. Regardless as to whether or not you were her superior, direct action is mandated when it becomes evident that there is willful mistreatment of prisoners within your realm of responsibility."
I would like it noted that Miss Farseeker was the reason that it turned the mission commander around, and that she was strongly opposed to any kind of discomfort for you at any point during the trip, even in the face of the dangers.
It has been so noted. It is the reason why she is only facing a reprimand on her record. we will deal with what happens with you, Officer Concord, in the future. Now that we have the room in private, I can explain why I am actually here. It was unfortunate that this business ended in the arrest of 2 of your fellows. It may end in the ruination of your own career, Officer. She turns to you, Concord, but it is perhaps possible for you to save it. Chen is far gone for his to be saved. I have absolutely no trust, and no reason to trust the freelancer there. She kind of motions back towards the closed door. I will, however, trust you as Sector Ranger assets. I am here undercover. I was given this assignment to investigate the disappearance of several. She kind of pauses. Well, more than several prisoners from the maximum security sector of BELSAVIS prison. This is most understandably a notable occurrence, as no one has escaped BELSAVIS for as long as it has been in activation. This most recent occurrence has been very troubling. Do not have any reason to believe that they have actually escaped. We have checked all outbound transport logs, but they are nowhere to be found. My cover was to pose as one Vina Darek, infiltrate the maximum security facility, attempt to figure out where exactly they went. It was supposed to be a side mission to verify the efficacy of your crew, as well as to give you a chance to prove yourselves after the recent, shall we say, questions brought up after your last operation. Fortunately, I was able to keep my cover intact. When I entered the system, I used my SEO code to convince the Commandant to cooperate with me. And the general message that the Far Ranger had been captured by escaped convicts has been largely received by the security forces here now. So the circumstances of my own escape were not made public. As the senior officer in this system, I am going to be redirecting your mission to aid my own in this matter.
Relic nods and says our crew might be a bit short-handed given nearly half are now currently in your cells, but you can count on us regardless.
It is within my authority, although I have very limited pull with the Commandant after the favors I had to call in here just to get him to impound your ship. But it is within my authority to commandeer all Sector Ranger assets within the system. She sits down at the table finally and pulls a data pad. Sector Ranger assets within the system are very, very, very limited. And she like places a compat down on the table and slides it forward. And you see that there's like literally only like I think it's the listing of like some cargo in like a single, like U2, the Far Ranger, Rayla's starship, which is still listed as being impounded, and like some unrelated cargo, and a single Sector Ranger like affiliated personnel by the name of let's see here, Marlo Shan, who seems
sorry.
Yeah, who seems to be in like the support division of the Sector Rangers, and like if you're looking at the list here, it looks like he was here dropping off cargo for some reason. It looks like he's a transport runner, and he it doesn't say why he's still here. It looks like his transport is already gone.
That is an awfully short list. Doesn't look like much larger than our ship's list.
Yeah, she kind of nods.
You can count on us. What do you need us for? What infiltration is not exactly a specialty of anyone except for, and I'm going to kind of motion and say the one you've recently taken into custody.
Well,
Supposedly, anyway.
fortunately, the vast majority of the security forces already believe you to be escaped convicts. You won't have to do much infiltration. I've already spoken with the commandant. He can get you down planet side. I'll do the majority of the legwork. Mainly, I just need you down there in case I need more conventional support. The commandant has promised me some support in case we need it. However, he can't risk knowledge of this operation getting out. He's fairly certain that there is at least some breach in his organization. It would be almost impossible for as many prisoners as have disappeared to go to slip the net without at least someone in the security force knowing. So we have to keep this under wraps.
Roddick nods and kind of looks between the others and says,
So, excuse me if I missed it, but obviously your name isn't Vina, so what do we call you?
She kind of smirks a little bit. She says, "You can simply call me codename Red or Vina if you prefer. Vina, hopefully, if we're down there. I'd rather not blow my cover with a bunch of maximum security inmates."
Right.
Yes, Vina will do for now.
To my understanding, this planet had more like controlled colonies than prisons?
The minimum security sectors, yes. Prisoners are given dormitories and, although kept under guard, are able to mostly go about their lives as they see fit. The maximum security facilities are another matter. There are some wings where they are able to commingle, but maximum security is more conventional.
Bam, I have a question. If you're going to dispatch us down there, there's a piece of equipment on the Fire Ranger I'd like to retrieve first. We have a panic ring on board. I'd like to give that to Miss Farseeker in case something goes wrong during the operation.
That can be arranged. We can see about getting your personal gear transferred down to the planet. It won't be precisely on hand, but we might be able to keep it nearby.
Concord nods and says that'll be comforting, though I definitely understand the need to not be wearing armor inside of a prison.
So, if we're to be more of a backup plan, as it were, what will we be doing in the meantime?
Well, hopefully not getting shanked.
Gulp.
Yeah, there's probably a moment, and then she kind of looks at you apologetically, and she says, there is a minimum security facility very close by, the maximum security facility I will be infiltrating. You will be transferred there. You'll have very little to worry about. It's my intention that you and our asset, she looks at the data pad, Marlowe, will be there and serve as backup in case I need it.
I think Concord's going to motion and say, I know that resources are currently short-handed, but if you need an extra droid to keep a track of security. I would recommend our shipboard droid for that if we're not going to be departing until this mission's over.
Indeed. It might be useful. I hadn't considered it, but there are a good amount of droids down on the planet. Perhaps if your droid is clever enough to operate, it may be able to suss out some information down there as well. You won't be entirely twiddling your thumbs. Although unlikely, you may be able to find out some information down in the minimum security sector. The overall goal, though, is to find out where these inmates have disappeared. I do not believe that they have fled the planet yet, but it is very worrying that they have been gone this long, and there have been no sign of them. So I think we're gonna take maybe a 10-minute break. But I'm going to need to speak with a couple people a little bit privately. I'm going to pull Bunko first up into the GM's lair, and we're going to have a talk for a few minutes, and then I'm probably going to need to speak with Jace. But until then, everybody take a break as you need it, and
Sounds good.
we will be back.
I need to make a quick phone call in the meantime then, so give me a poke as soon as we're ready to go, and I'll pop right back.
All right.
I'll be back
User
in 10
left your
minutes.
channel.
And I'm gonna go grab
User
some
was
food.
moved out
very
of your
quick.
channel.
I'm back, guys. How's everything going? Anybody pop in yet?
Here. I don't think anything's changed yet, though.
Yeah, I'm still up there with Bunko.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's might be unfortunate. I don't think Bunko had a replacement character online.
It's okay. I'm sure we'll find another Asian prostitute in the minimum security area somewhere.
So, like, I guess that means I'm not equipmentless anymore.
Well, we kind of are. I mean, we're gonna go in unarmed and stuff, I'm assuming.
Well,
Yeah.
as of right now, Rayla literally is unarmed. Like, literally, what Miss Dina there, her red, didn't steal from me was the blaster pistol I gave up.
User was moved to your channel. User was moved out of your channel.
Don't forget to mark the panic ring if she actually allows you to have it, by the way.
I do. I have no clue what it is.
You press it and it sends out a distress signal. It goes for like 50 km, basically, just really discreetly.
That is received
very-
by...
anyone that's listening for the frequency. So if we have like signal listening for it specifically, and it's supposed to be very hard to detect unless you know what to look for. So if we told signal to look for it, and she lets us have it, you basically, if you press it, immediately pinpoint your location and address the broadcast, basically. So basically, if you're about to get shanked in prison, you might want to press it.
Right.
Don't push the red button though. That blows you up.
I certainly hope not.
Did you get all squared away, Bunko?
Yep.
Cool. I don't want to ask how it went because I don't want to spoil it. Just was curious.
I'm guessing that you're gonna become the leader of this misfit group now.
It's very likely. I'm not sure how this is going at the second. Leading to seniority at this point.
Yeah. Well, I believe Jace made another character. He's not happy with this one, so I think he's going to be out for the rest of the. This character will be out of the rest of the mission.
Sounds like that character will be under arrest to me. I suspect that's what the Solston image is about. Oh, well, I don't have time to really tell you in character now, but you may be pleased to know that we may have room for more upgrades upon our ship.
Oh, really?
Yes, we have discovered that we were carrying more than double the lifeboats we really need to carry to fit our crew.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Even accounting for if every room was filled, it would only take like 24 people. And we had enough lifeboats for literally 40 on the ship.
Maybe we can get a cryo cell and never repeat this unfortunateness again.
I mentioned such a thing.
Yeah, you mentioned it before.
Each lifeboat is one emplacement point, and we could remove 2 quite safely and still have like 50% more than we actually need. And that would give us the 2 points we need to buy a single person cryo cell.
User
I
was
think that's
moved
a good
to
idea.
your channel.
Alrighty, guys.
Welcome back.
Alright, so, I think Roddick and Rayla and Agent B are waiting by the shuttle. Roddick and Rayla, you are waiting at a shuttle in the giant launch bay of the station, and Signal eventually rolled up, and eventually Bunko showed up. Agent B showed up, not in prison garb, with her gear.
Oh, will you be joining us on this mission then, B?
I will.
I think I'm going to shake my head and say that you could sell ice on Hoth, apparently, if you can talk your way back into this mission.
I think I would whisper to Roddick, I'm like, I guess this list must have been really short, right?
Good looks go a long way.
I think somewhere in the shuttle you can hear Vina talking to the shuttle pilot, getting the shuttle ready for takeoff, and across the bay you can see a little jowly Sulistan running, panting. He's got I think he's probably got a duffel bag, maybe a couple of duffel bags, and he's just like running across this giant, picture it, the biggest aircraft hangar in real life you've ever seen, and it's much larger than that. And so you guys can see him running towards you guys from a long ways away.
Good thing endurance is one of my tagged skills.
Yep.
Officer
Alright,
Nevada,
kinda...
or excuse me, sorry, Nevada. Nevada isn't here. Officer Concord, are you in charge of this operation now?
I'm going to kind of look around and say, I guess seniority, unless we hear otherwise. I have not been informed by the person sending us on this.
What is our objective in this endeavor? Or was I filled in?
You were not filled in. I think you were just. I think you probably received a message. What would you have sent in your comlink message to Signal? You were allowed to send a message to Signal, Roddick.
I definitely would have filled him in that we wanted to monitor the systems, and also that I've requested, since we're going essentially semi-undercover into the prison, that I've requested him to keep an eye on the frequency for the panic ring, and I'm going to try to get that to Rayla before we go into the prison too, assuming they cooperate with that.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe a little compartment opens up in front of Signal, and his little claptrap arm comes out, and he removes a little ring and presents it to Rayla. Looks a little bit awkwardly like he's proposing.
I take it. It's literally like a ring that you wear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a ring. You can fashion other jewelry, but I'm considering we probably
It's a
had
pretty
ring.
it's a pretty hefty, kind of thick ring. But yeah, it's a ring. I think this one's probably steel colored. It's some metal that's not steel, but it looks a little bit steel-ish. It's a bright gray with etchings. Yeah, maybe. It's got a little
I don't know what
twisty.
What starships are made of in Star Wars. Is it literally just steel, or
Durasteel. Durasteel mostly.
If you want it for the notes, I'll paste what it says here about it.
Yeah, it's got a little twisty knob on it that's hidden, and you twist it, and it activates a signal.
Right. Oh.
Anyway, 2 minutes later, Marlo Shan finally arrives at the transport.
Bit of a large docking bay.
Oh, dude, this is huge. This station might be a mile across, and this docking bay, you can see space on either end. This docking bay might be a mile long.
One big docking bay for the whole station.
Yeah, it goes straight through.
And Milo's going to straighten up, really straight and stiff, and he's gonna salute and say, "Recruit Shan reporting for duty."
You can see beneath his kind of worn flight jacket, he's He's got a I think a sector ranger shirt on, and there's like a little stenciled Shan over the breast, I think, probably.
Pleased to meet you, Officer Shan. Have you had undercover experience in the past?
No, sir.
Roddick kind of nods and says, my experience is more tactical, and this here is a pilot, so this should be an interesting mission, but I'm apparently short-handed. And I'm going to kind of motion and say, that's the only one that's got any infiltration skills. I'm going to kind of jerk one of my thumbs on my, I think it's four-fingered hand I would have at the bunker.
Yeah.
I wave.
So can you describe us or describe to us yourself, Marlo? What do we notice about you?
Well, I'm pretty young. I'm pretty, like, I don't have any, like, battle scars or anything. You can just tell by looking at me, basically, how green I am. I look like I'm, like, really eager, basically. Like, way more excited about things than, you know, a remotely experienced officer would be.
Alex is going to think about sending this man into a prison system and just shake his head horribly.
So, what did you do before this, Shan?
Independent studies in geology, prospecting, and mining operations.
I'm gonna glance
These
at
studies
Roddick.
seem to not have anything to do with operations.
What do you hear the rest of the backstory?
Ron is going to shake his head for a second and say that, are you sure you're going to infiltrate the prison? You're not just going as technical support to watch the sensors or something? I'm going to look a little concerned on my face, probably.
I'm going to kind of like look a little bit confused and say that I haven't been briefed on my mission yet.
I hope it involves rocks.
Obviously, he's going to commandeer the mining drill and prepare our escape route.
At that, I'm going to comment. Well, most of BELSAVIS is in fact covered in ice, so I have a feeling we won't really be encountering very many rocks.
I admit to admit, when I heard you were in the support division, I thought that meant either heavy weapons or electronics, Mr. Shen.
I have a feeling it may have more to do with logistics in this case.
Well, I am confident with some heavy weapons, notably explosives.
Explosives. Well, I'll have to introduce you to the great motivator sometime, but right now I don't have my gear on me, unfortunately.
Alright, well, after a few minutes of introductions, Vina looks down from the shuttle. Most notably, she's not dressed as a sector ranger anymore. She's got her convict clothes on, and she says, "Alright, everyone, let's get aboard. You'll have time to change en route, and we'll go over the details. Welcome aboard, Mr. Shen. Force be with you." She just
Please
turns
tell me-
back and goes back into the shuttle.
Have you compiled a dossier on all gangs within the prison? I'm going to ask as we start to move into the shuttle.
She's like, "You do realize that there are," and then she consults something real quick. Something like 12,000 prisoners on this planet. I don't believe we could keep track of that many gangs.
Seems a bit
sure
low
there's a
for
few major
a planet
power
of
blocks.
BELSAVIS' size.
Sure, there's some power blocks, I'll have to say, that they're
Uh,
more notable than others.
I do have a list of the notable prisoners who have disappeared, however.
That information would probably be useful.
Let's get underway. We'll talk about it then. So So yeah, everybody gets aboard the transport, and in the process, the transport pressurizes, and I think like you're near the cockpit for just a brief second as it flies over the N1 starfighter, Rayla, and you're so close but so far.
Or leaning out the window and look at it.
Yeah. Everybody has like a small, basically like bathroom-sized room to change in for a moment. They kind of have to rotate in shifts. Everybody's given prison garb. Although you are informed that after like orientation, minimum security prisoners don't actually have to wear those at all times. Yeah, your gear is stowed safely aboard a cargo container in the ship, and Vina says that it will hopefully be accessible at a security post in the minimum security facility. That you should be able to access in an emergency. There are going to be only I think like 2 guards who are going to be aware of your status as undercovers, and they should be able to let you into the security post if necessary, but don't break your cover unless absolutely.
So only 2 shifts then? There's normally at least 3
What?
for the person who has our stuff. Would be a shift. There isn't.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's probably 3 then.
Punch's gonna cross his arms out. He can start to thumb through what info he can, and I think
Yeah,
he's,
so everybody's
okay.
briefed on the specifics of the mission. I think Marlowe, like, you're probably seated and you're like absolutely intent, right? Like, this is your first mission as a sector ranger, and you're like undercover in a maximum security prison.
I'm notably excited.
BELSAVIS is notorious. It's been operating for thousands of years. It's only been reactive for like maybe 100, and it's kind of seen off and on again support. It's why it doesn't have a huge population. The other reason is because the planet is extremely inhospitable.
So are there any hardcore pro-imperialist gangs on this planet?
At least one, yeah.
Probably gonna try to insert myself in that group, given I have a relationship with empires in the past.
The other reason, since you were specifically asking for it, Rayla, is BELSAVIS is an independent world, and so they get their money by taking in prisoners and being paid for it by other worlds, and they literally just don't have enough economy to support a larger prison population.
Right. Okay.
So the notable like security people you may be dealing with, you've got Commandant Hesh. He is the overall commander of the BELSAVIS prison. You met him already. Vina describes him as is somewhat gruff and skeptical, but competent and utterly loyal to his men, but also being surprisingly laid back. Like, he's been here for several decades, and he does not appear to be like wanting to work up like the ranks any further or anything like that. So he seems fairly secure in his job. So he's kind of comfortable where he is, and she says that he can be absolutely trusted. Commander Nodek, whom you recognize as the Syrian who led the boarding party on your ship, is the commander of the BELSAVIS maximum security facility, which she will be infiltrating. He happened to be aboard the station when you guys arrived, and he took command of the boarding party personally. She describes him as terse and businesslike. He's pretty no nonsense, but she kind of describes him as being fairly just. She hasn't interacted with him a whole lot, but she thinks that he can be trusted as well. The commander of the minimum security prison which you will be staying at is Commander Turn. She is a Bothan female. She does not know anything about her, but she has been described by Commandant Hesh as thoughtful and duty-bound. She has not been in charge very long of the minimum security facility, but she's apparently fairly smart. Notable missing prisoners. There are 13 notable maximum security prisoners missing and 2 minimum security prisoners missing. Now, on a planet where there's 12,000 prisoners, this few prisoners missing, you wouldn't think they would bat an eyelash. Prisoners go unaccounted for every day, but then they get accounted for. These specific prisoners have been missing for several months. Occasionally somebody gets murdered and they get buried and or put at the bottom of a lake or something, but eventually they get found. Every prisoner also has a an identity chip that can be tracked. And the other thing is it's a little bit more inconceivable for people to disappear from the maximum security wings. A lot of the minimum security wings are on the surface. They've got they're basically kind of like a typical colony building series that you might see on any frontier colony. They're basically made in these sort of thermal craters where it's temperate enough inside, and there's basically kind of like a natural wall that they can't even escape from. Even if they were to climb out, they wouldn't really have anywhere to go, given that there are no ships on the planet, and they can be tracked.
What maintains the roads between them? That are like a hard task, imagine?
Yeah, you can see that there's a kind of a crevice in between a lot of these things. Some of those are natural. They do have heating elements basically that maintain these. There are underground tunnels between some of the ones that are not externally connected, this one right here doesn't have an open air tunnel to it. Those have man-made tunnels to them. And not all of them are connected, but most of them are. The ones that aren't have shuttle access. And for instance, some of them, I think maybe this one might be the medical facility, might be separate for a reason. People can go missing, but it's really unlikely that they stay missing for very long, and it's just given the specific facility they disappeared from, it's very odd. The maximum security facility has an overground facility, but it's literally just the landing port. The rest of the facility is underground, built basically, I guess, in an ancient compound that's been used as a prison for thousands of years. These have walls that are feet upon feet thick. They were used by the Empire, the New Republic, the Old Republic. It's speculated that they were used by an empire that was in charge of the galaxy before the Old Republic. These structures are very old. They're kind of they dot the surface of the underground surface of BELSAVIS with tunnels. So there's a section of this that has been converted to the maximum security wing that these people have just disappeared from. And I'll just kind of go down the list of, it's not every maximum security person that has disappeared, but these are some of the notable ones. And again, there are 13 at this point maximum security prisoners who are missing and 2 minimum. Rorwa Ka, a maximum security prisoner, former spice kingpin and slaver, a Wookiee male. He was convicted of theft, smuggling, bribery, extortion, weapons trafficking, drug trafficking, slavery, aggravated assault of a moth, torture, and murder. He is described as psychotic and violent. You don't need to take notes of this. I will copy this into a
Oh, good. I can stop
into a notepad.
frantically typing then.
Yeah. I'm just reading this out. I find that people pay a little bit more attention when I read it out and then I type it or paste it in there. Yeah, he's a pretty nasty guy. Grodos Akan, maximum security prisoner, former freelance hitman, Rhodian male, convicted of theft, bribery, torture, and 12 counts of murder in the first degree. He's also described as violent, merciless, and reckless. It seems that he's got kind of a flair for not necessarily thrill-seeking, but it seems like at one of his hits, he planted a bomb in the car that he was driving, and he drove it into the limo of his target and bailed out at the last second.
Yeah,
And
Jeep.
there was no reason that he had to do that. He wanted to do it. Salo Rast, another maximum security prisoner, human male, former slicer, convicted of slicing, which is Star Wars slang for hacking, HoloNet vandalism and theft, described as untrusting and rebellious. AR Neon, maximum security prisoner, former dock worker, Celestin male, convicted of murder and torture. He went nuts, and when he found out that his wife was having an affair, he murdered her boyfriend and peeled his skin from his bones in front of her, and then proceeded to dismember her and throw her parts out of a 33rd story window.
Lovely.
Kandri Sion, maximum security prisoner, former bounty hunter, human male. He's or she rather convicted of bribery, extortion, theft of a starship, weapons trafficking, torture, and murder. Described as surly, unprofessional, and seems to have like a long list of encounters with the law that ended very poorly. I'm gonna take a brief moment here. 1 second. Sorry about that. I always seem to get interrupted during the game these days for some reason. I am back. Next on the list, Noren Har, maximum security prisoner, also another former bounty hunter. Yuzhong Vong, female,
Well,
convicted of murder. Not much is actually noted in her psych profile, other than that she is stoic and unwilling to talk to the psychologists.
I wasn't aware that they could arrest Yuzhen Vong, because I'm not familiar with Yuzhen Vong hardly at all, so...
After the invasion, and they lost, they were pretty much exiled to a planet, like a living planet, that was equipped with a hyperdrive. I kid you not. And said planet makes a unknown journey throughout the galaxy. But occasionally you will find some Yuzhong Vong wandering the galaxy, kind of away from their people.
I can only imagine what a hyperdrive for a planet would cost.
Yeah, no one's really sure how it was built or how it was made. the story behind that particular planet is pretty long and interesting. So, especially given the planet is like alive with the Force. The next one, this one might interest Agent B, is Pluktu, maximum security prisoner, former underworld enforcer, Ewok male, convicted murderer, torturer, also convicted of theft of a starship and destruction of a space station. Described as thoroughly disturbed, psychotic, violent, and mad.
You make Rocket Raccoon as an Ewok.
Also, there is a note from the medical facility, possible cannibalism, question mark. That's the last of the maximum, so the notable maximum security prisoners for the moment.
Maximum security Ewok.
Yep. The two minimum security prisoners, Presh Oren, minimum security prisoner, former structural engineer, Mon Calamari male, convicted of murder in the second degree. Apparently, he murdered his secretary, whom he was having an affair with. It seemed like it was a crime of passion, but he broke quite a lot of laws trying to cover it up. His psychologist notes that he is fairly non-violent, but is extremely selfish, and is somewhat sociopathic. And lastly, Limi Vukto, minimum security prisoner, former smuggler pilot, a Duros male, convicted of smuggling, theft, and bribery. Seems like he was convicted of quite a lot of smuggling. It looks like he got caught with an entire hold of probably the most illicit contraband spice that you can find outside of hut space. Like, imagine the entire hold of the Far Ranger packed with this stuff, like literally tons of it, like more than you could ever imagine, like millions of credits worth. No one could ever figure out, like in the investigation, how he got so much and what such a low, like a small time a small time smuggler was doing with this. But it was literally like a guy being pulled over in a Crown Vic, who might be expected to have like a few bags of weed on him, and they find like a metric ton of heroin in his trunk.
The
or
unmarked
something.
car transporter got busted.
Yeah. He is also described as nonviolent, and his psychologist notes that he is surprisingly normal, and that he seems to just have had an extremely long run of bad luck in his life.
Well, other than finding the metric shitload of
He's like, this is the biggest score of my life. Shit, I should never taken that job.
he may or may not have claimed that he just found it drifting in space.
Right. Oddly
Um,
enough, I can see that happening if someone else got busted and just jacked the whole load.
His final
Yeah.
list where it should have been.
Yeah,
It's my
it's-
first row.
Yeah, it's not like that ever happened in any of the movies or anything. So yeah. Those are your kind of notable prisoners. I am in the process of copying it to a notepad file real quick.
Somehow I get the feeling this mission's gonna involve the use of my perception score again, which wasn't so successful last time.
I almost put in a serial killer droid here. One may
Oh,
or may
boy.
not be on the planet somewhere.
Guys, as a regular droid.
I don't know. I'm suddenly very glad that I actually have training in perception now.
Well, my perception checks went wonderfully last time. So,
Oh, I think
I've never
last
once
session of
regretted
Star
training
Wars,
it.
I think I got one roll all night that was over a 10. So
I almost didn't take it at Chairgen, but I have never regretted taking it. It's been by far one of the most useful skills.
What, trained perception? I am trained in it, I just can't roll shit apparently.
Perception training is useful no matter what game you're in.
I have a +7 in it. I mean, it's not bad.
What kind of ship are we on, anyways? Do we know?
We were on a space station before. I don't know.
I think it's actually a Lambda shuttle.
Lambda.
It's a pretty common shuttle now that the Empire's been gone for more than a century.
He's flying, I assume.
No, you guys have a pilot. You guys are not going to be able to go in there with her dressed as a convict, also as the pilot.
Righto. Do we know what to expect for admittance? I guess is the correct term.
Yeah. So she said there shouldn't be any problems. The only other person aware of the situation, although not necessarily going to be interacting with you guys, is the warden of the facility. Commander Turn. She's kind of set things up so that you guys have a smooth transfer in. Apparently you're fresh prisoners, and you're going to be shown to your quarters, and she is going to do her investigation over in the maximum security side.
If Farseeker trips the panic alarm, I'm going to pause for a second. What kind of response can we expect tactically?
She says that's a very smart thing to plan here, Agent Concord. She says the minimum security always has a standing squad of riot guard, just in case things get out of hand. They can get pretty much anywhere within the facility within 3 minutes. They're ordered to be at the ready in their barracks, at least one squad at all times, and their speeders can get to the farthest edge of the facility that you'll be at within response time of 3 minutes.
Roddick nods and appreciates the info.
If you trigger the alarm, I'll make sure that Commander Turn has it set up so that they're given your faces and told that you're probably not a threat in the situation.
Right. I will.
Use of such a system would likely blow cover.
Yeah.
She nods. I would use this very sparingly.
I will.
Of course.
Sure that it is.
This would be if we found all of the prisoners and discovered them together or something along those lines, I am assuming. Or
Well, I would
if
imagine
Farseeker is in a no-win situation.
A more covert action, I think, would be required if we found them all together. Than just blowing all the cover, push the button.
But regardless, try to find out what you can from minimum security. It's highly unlikely that they know anything, but many of these people have been here for quite some time. And they have a great deal more freedom than maximum security, so they have something of a grapevine.
How much leeway do we have with prison regulation? If minimum turns out to be a bust, I might find my way into maximum.
She narrows her eyes a bit, and she says, whatever you do, you will be held accountable for in the end. Although, she kind of nods, appropriately, you're in a prison. You might get off with time served. I would strongly advise you think through your course of actions, however, as Minimum security is no or maximum security is no cakewalk, as you certainly have seen, given the people we are looking for.
Roddick nods and says that hopefully a fist fight doesn't net too much time on this planet, and then he's going to go back to looking at the reports.
All right, so right as you're finishing up the briefing, the shuttle clears what appear to be a few ground installed turbo lasers batteries, and lands at a facility in the minimum security. I think it's probably facility 2, and the pilot reports that you've touched down. He's made contact with control, and that there is a security detail waiting to take you to processing. So the ramp is lowered, and all of you are met at the bottom of the ramp. All changed and everything. You've got a couple guards on board with you. They've been with you the whole time.
Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly we're here if she needs support. Is there a way that she's expected to be contacting us, or?
Yeah, basically the 3 people that you guys know your identities. She basically says if she finds anything, she'll find a way to let you guys know.
I might ask where she ultimately decided to store her equipment.
Yeah, there is a security post. I think it's security post Bravo. It's literally like a small security bunker. Only can house like a maximum of 3 people. Typically, only like 1 at a time. One person's usually in it, just monitoring the surrounding area. It's got like a small arms and equipment locker inside for the security forces. It's usually non-lethal stuff, but your equipment has been transferred in there for safekeeping. So, you guys are deposited onto the landing pad, and you are met by a female Bothan. Commander Turn, very obviously. She gives kind of a nod up to the figure of your I guess your undercover boss, who stays aboard the shuttle. The shuttle takes off a few moments later and heads towards the maximum security facility, which is very, very nearby. And Commander turns to you guys and says, "Very well. We'll begin processing momentarily. This way, please." She gestures for you all to follow. So over the next, I guess, probably 3 or 4 hours, you guys go through processing. Seems to be a very orderly facility. It's
cooperate.
Yeah, you don't get a whole lot of flack from the guards. You seem to notice there's like an unusual lack of tension here from a lot of prison facilities that you have seen. You see prisoners kind of walking about in pairs, like throughout the grounds, and it seems like they've got the, I guess, prison dormitories here and there that they're living out of, and there's just kind of a general atmosphere of, it's not really calmness, but just sort of like continuing. Like this has been going on for a very long time, and there's nothing really disrupting it. The guards just kind of view you as more incoming prisoners, and it seems like nobody's really wanting to disrupt anything. Like you don't really see a whole lot of problems here going on. But processing is a breeze. No incidents at all. And eventually you're kind of turned loose onto the grounds after receiving your dormitory assignment. So you're all assigned to one particular dormitory, somewhat close to security post Bravo. Not right next to it by any means, but it's somewhat close. And yeah, you're kind of turned loose. You're told that prisoners basically have the run of the grounds, and that there is a curfew at night, but other than that, you are free to come and go about the places you please. And the cafeteria is open as long as necessary, although you only have a certain amount of ration credits per day that you can use.
Alrighty.
So now that you all are successfully in prison, what do you do?
I'm assuming I'm in like a watch station somewhere.
Yeah. I guess I forgot about you, Signal. You probably got led away from the landing pad and were brought to your new assignment as one of the facility maintenance droids. This is one of the smaller minimum security facilities, so there's probably only like a dozen or so total droids here, and you're greeted rather enthusiastically by maybe like half a dozen of the droids who immediately question who you are and why you're here, and what was the last thing that you rebuilt from the ground up.
Brothers, I spread the no.
He's got his chance. He had his chance with the assassin droids. He didn't take it. The campaign could have gone in a very different direction if he had tried to proselytize the assassin droids.
My last assignment was, or I should say, my last job, I suppose, was repairs on a on the Far Ranger. What the fuck was it called?
Guardian.
It's called a Guardian. Okay, on a Guardian class ship. I was stranded and marooned for years.
Yeah, there's like a series of wait, I have this.
This is probably all in binary, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's a gawk. I hear a gawk droid.
Yeah, there's just a bunch of.
He just playing multiple sound effects. So
Yep.
I know. Yeah.
yeah. There's just a bunch of droids listening in intently to your stories as you tell them. Apparently, they don't get a whole lot of news here.
Have you ever heard of the Sevestein?
I think like one of the droids like cocks his head a little bit, like, what is that? In binary.
A droid that wanders the stars on its own volition.
Or what? I think another one's like, what nonsense is this? Under its own volition, wandering the stars.
I have seen it in my driftings.
Do you play like a hollow image of the ship?
I play my super grainy hollow image.
Oh god, yeah. Like I think you're in a maintenance bay, and there's like half a dozen droids. It's like it's kind of dim in here. Although one of the doors is open, so there's like bluish light kind of filtering through. And they're all gathered about you as you play this image, and you hear some oohs like coming from the background. There's like a very skeptical protocol droid in here who says that that's all rubbish, but yeah.
A very protocol droid.
That would be very protocol droid is.
Alright, so
but that's not brought here for maintenance purposes.
They tell you to watch out. They tell you to watch out for the stun turret on the northern wall. It has something of an attitude.
A stun turret or an ion turret?
The stun turret.
They always have something against droids. For some reason. Do I see any other like maintenance droids or?
Well, that's who you're talking with.
Well, I know, but you said it's a collection of droids. I mean,
Other
like a
maintenance-
Gonk is a power droid, and
Yeah,
Sort of
yeah,
like-
but there's like maybe 4 or 5 maintenance droids here. You got like the one power droid and like a protocol droid that happens to be here to, like, they have to have somebody here to translate for prisoners who don't speak basic.
yeah. What are our assigned tasks? Other than like repairs, obviously.
They go on to describe that a lot of the current facility is very new, like built in the last several decades. But as has been the history of BELSAVIS, it's been built over the ruins of previous prisons, and it draws its power from an older facility, like thermal generators deep beneath the surface, and there is a surprising amount of maintenance going on in the the old maintenance tunnels down below the surface. Like the old facilities are still working and have been working for thousands of years, but it's always very tricky to have them maintained. Like there's
ancient systems tend to break down. Yes, understand.
yeah.
Would be catastrophic loss of life if system lost power.
Yeah, they talk about that.
What's the temperature like?
Probably
Obviously
bad.
above freezing, but
It's actually very not very bad at all in the thermal
Well,
craters.
If this were to break down, it'd be very bad.
well, the
Well, the
craters
thermal craters are created by the tectonic and like geothermal activity
oh, it's
beneath
natural.
there. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Otherwise, this planet would have frozen over long ago, because there's been periods of hundreds of years where there was nobody living here, like the prison was abandoned.
I thought maybe maybe the system was still working or something.
No, the system has been working, but these thermal craters are natural in most respects. So yeah, it's definitely like temperate, I would say. Like it's a little bit on the cool side, but it's not like you couldn't live here at all. It would be a little. You have to wear long sleeves.
All right. So I guess we find our quarters, as it were.
Yeah. So you guys have a like a Durasteel, a very like it seems fairly reinforced. It's not a shack, but a small colony.
Like a prefab.
Yeah, basically. It seems to actually have been made by the manufacturer of colony prefabs out in the frontier. Looks like it's probably been here for a couple decades, but reasonably well maintained. It's right next door to 2 other prefabs. This thing looks like it can probably hold like six people, but you don't really notice anybody immediately inside when you come in. It looks like one of the beds, no, 2 of the beds are like have occupants, but they're not currently here. Like you notice there are things, but there seems to be room for the 4 of you. So yeah, it's comfortable enough in here. Very different than what you probably were expecting your experience in prison, if you ever imagined yourself going to prison.
Yeah,
Right.
sure.
Brother looks about at the minimum security and kind of glances and mentions to the others that I don't think we're going to find much in this part of the prison, but we could look. Perhaps we should split up and find different groups to associate with, see if they've heard anything.
No, I had plans to wander around a bit, see if I heard anything. Can't help just to be going right off the bat, brand new prisoners to get involved with groups. That sounds very suspicious to me.
Roddick says, I think I can make it work, but I'm not sure about the rest of you. I'm gonna kind of look to you, Shan. What about you?
I think I want to get some food.
I think that the cafeteria is a good place to start.
We have changed
How about
the
you,
clothes.
Bucko?
It doesn't just color us as fresh meat.
Do you want to?
I don't know. Well, which way would be better? Probably better to not know any better at the beginning.
You probably have some clothes from the Far Ranger. Like, you were allowed to take some basic clothing with you. But and they gave it to you after processing. You can change if you want. I think you probably saw the occasional person walking around in their prison uniform. It's like a light. I want to see like a light yellow color, but it was kind of a rarity. But some people were.
By the way, this is like a this prison's laid out. Is there any markers or anything that are around? Like markers or paint or anything I could use as such?
Oh, like I was like, markers for what? You mean like markers, like Sharpie markers?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, you could probably find some. Do you go ransacking through the belongings of the two people who live here?
Might as well.
Give me a perception check.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think I would change. I mean, if it doesn't seem very common that people are walking around in their jumpsuits, I think I would just change to whatever I had.
You are able to find like a couple pens and some, like, I think a marker maybe in somebody's drawer. You have to like thoroughly kind of go through their stuff.
Okay, yeah, I think once I find that, I'm going to set to work and scrawling a very large Imperial signal or symbol on the back of my jumpsuit before I head off to lunch. Then I'll head towards the cafeteria after that.
Roddick, never one for subtlety.
I'm gonna act like I don't know him.
Probably wise.
Yeah, that seems very wise. I probably see Roddick doing this and like, if you want to do that, maybe you should go separate from everyone else.
Alec nods and says, "You see what you can find out. I'll get back with you when I see what I can find out." This is only minimum, but maybe somebody's got connections to the groups in the higher prisons. We'll have to see.
All right. So each of you describe to me what you're doing. We'll go in order. Signal. What is it that you are you doing in your first day on BELSAVIS?
I go about normal maintenance routines, looking for like possible like security flaws and stuff like that. Like just observing as I go around.
Okay. 2 roles.
Okay.
First, please give me I think knowledge tactics.
Trained.
That's pretty good. Given that you're specifically going through the maintenance tunnels, you do notice that there is a little bit less security in here than out there. You notice there is overall kind of a lesser amount of security around the perimeter of the station, I guess, than you would think, but given the nature of the environment and stuff, maybe they just rely on a lot of the fact that the prisoners have nowhere to go. There are the occasional stun turrets at several places to keep order, but it seems like a lot of it.
Clear of the one the other drawer rolled me up.
Yeah. I think you forgot it for a few moments, and you were like getting a little bit close, and you noticed it tracking you, and like there was a targeting reticle on you, and you like quickly made
It's
your
like
way into a
reverse
maintenance
mode.
tunnel. Yeah. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of perimeter security, more like, riot security here. You do notice that there are security systems in place over the maintenance tunnels. They seem to be fairly secure, but you could probably beat them with enough time and expertise. You don't know exactly, like, the thing is, the maintenance tunnels just keep going down and down. You're never required in the course of your duties to like just keep going, so you don't know how many layers of security there are to the maintenance tunnels. Like, you pass like maybe 2. You're not quite sure if somebody can make it through all the layers of security in the maintenance tunnels, but you think it's feasible. But who knows? Like, they'd have to have expertise, they'd have to have time, they'd have to have resources. You have integrated resources, and they'd have to have some place to go. But it would be possible. It's not like an airtight system by any means. Your second roll, can you please give me a mechanics check -2?
Dos. Oh, not so good. 15.
Still passable. You don't do your best work. You're giving a lot of your attention to analyzing the facility. You don't make like the greatest impression as like, this droid is the golden droid. We must keep him around, for he will keep the facility maintained forever. But you don't stand out as like this droid, short-circuited power conduit B because he wasn't paying attention. Like, you don't make any waves at all, which is perhaps what you wanted. Rayla, what is it that you do during your day?
I imagine I would just conduct whatever would amount to a normal prison day. I would just go eat food, I'd wander around, see what I hear. It does strike me that from this list, the only 2 minimum security prisoners, one's a pilot and one's a structural engineer. And everybody else on the list is violent. So
Interesting.
I don't know what I'm going to do with that information right now, but it seems to me that there's probably a crash ship that needs fixing somewhere on this planet.
That's a pretty smart supposition there. It's a very old planet. So, are you asking about those prisoners, or are you just trying to put out feelers in general?
Yeah, I'm probably just listening to see what I can hear about anything, because on the first day, asking about someone in particular does not seem like an intelligent course of action to me.
People are learning across the course of my campaigns. I love this. Let's see here. Let me see what an appropriate check for this would be. Can you roll gather information, please?
Righto. Fairly certain I don't have it, but we'll see. Gather info. Oh, it's still a 5. It's not horrible. Thank you, Chaw Score.
Not bad. Now, roll deception.
Okay. Also a 5. I will keep the 18.
Hey, that's pretty good too. So over the course of your day, you don't hear a whole lot, but you don't stick out, and I think things actually go surprisingly well for you, Rayla. You have like an inherently kind of friendly attitude towards you, and that actually seems to go over fairly well with the people here. Like you would be shocked. It might be different if you were in maximum security, but the people here seem to be kind of refreshed, at least the ones you kind of interacted with, the few ones, especially in the mess hall, by just a genuinely nice person. And they're like, wondering why you're here. What do you tell them?
I tell them that I stole a very fast ship and took it for a very long joyride.
That is entirely believable. Yeah, I think you kind of firmly integrate your cover here. You gather the fact that people are aware that there are some fairly prominent names from maximum security that have disappeared. That's probably about it in terms of general information. And that they've been gone for a couple months.
Okay.
How about you, Marlo? How are things with our rookie sector ranger cadet?
Well, I'm going to go eat something in the cafeteria, I suppose. And after that, I'm probably going to kind of just wander around a little bit, looking at the local geology and stuff. Look at the like the ice walls, things like that. See if there's anything particularly interesting that I see about them.
Okay, this sounds interesting. It will happen, everyone, that his knowledge of geology will probably save the day at one point. Maybe not this episode, but it will happen.
Well, I guess more broadly, my knowledge of physical sciences.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just geology, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's
But,
physics. Probably
like
quite a
to
lot
think-
of physics, actually.
I like to think it's going to be your specific knowledge of geology someday. All right. First, give me your knowledge physical science roll.
Hmm.
That's not bad. That gets you right smack in the middle of right in the middle of the road for expert knowledge. Can you give me a deception check?
Oh, this isn't gonna go well.
This is gonna be a trend, everybody.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh, at least it wasn't a 1. Oh boy.
You hear the intake of breath, you know it was bad.
What's the modifier on that? 2 plus 1. Why does it report 2?
-1.
Because I get +1
Oh, it's
for
okay.
my level.
Right. I'm missing part of that equation off the side of my screen.
Well, Marlo. So, you eat in the cafeteria, and no problems. You get some looks, and I think like maybe you're a little bit nervous. You see Rayla like hitting it off like immediately. Like she's got a lot of people around her. I think you notice there's some people looking, maybe not as much at Rayla, but like maybe at certain aspects of Rayla. But she doesn't get any negative attention. You feel a little bit uncomfortable here, and so you make your way out, and you decide to walk around the facility to get a good look at the grounds. Yeah, you determined that this is a very interesting planet. Uh, Obviously, it's got some very interesting underground geothermal activity to keep this sort of area uh, active and temperate and giving off breathable atmosphere for this long. It's actually something of like a minor miracle in the galaxy, to be honest. Aside from that, I think you probably notice that the walls themselves are not just formidable in terms of their height. These ice walls are hundreds of feet high. They're also very hard. Ice is very hard, but these look like they've been especially tempered. Maybe I think you're wrapping it with your knuckles, with like fire. Like they've been melted down a little bit and allowed to refreeze. And yeah, it's like these are very very impressive formations here. It will be very hard to scale them. It might be possible, but damn, it would be really hard. And you're kind of looking about, and it's like anywhere you look, it would probably be very visible to anybody in the encampment. Like that, you could see somebody scaling one of these things.
I assume they probably wouldn't be very easy to like destroy or destabilize either. Like collapsing a chunk of the wall or something would probably be very difficult.
You would have to find like a natural cavern through the ice. I think like your attention kind of turns to that sort of thought, and you think about some of the underground tunnels that lead to some of the sub facilities that you're aware of. Like, it looks like there are these fissures that might have been created by tectonic instability at some point that have been used for purposes of transportation between the various craters. Like it looks like the ice probably fractured and they took advantage of that, but they had to bore through the ice to the ones that don't have those with like high powered lasers, and it probably took them weeks to do that. Like very very hard to work with. You get the sense it would be really hard to just tunnel through the ice. But you're out here inspecting the walls and stuff, and you feel like a tap on your shoulder.
I'm going to turn around and say, "Oh, hello there."
Yeah, I swear this was randomly rolled. There is a rather large, surly-looking Gamorrean behind you. He's like sort of
through without a translator.
Yeah, he has a translator. He's got like a translator on his belt. He's kind of like looking down at it. He's like, and it translates really roughly through his like I think it's hanging around his neck. And you see he's actually wearing one of the prison jumpsuits. And it says, "What does little man find so interesting in the ice? Not planning to climb out, are we, fresh meat?"
I'm going to describe to him in detail, extreme detail, what is interesting about the ice and why climbing it would be a silly idea.
Ooh, that's really funny.
The Gamorreans get what, -2 or 4 racially for intelligence?
His intelligence score is actually 10.
Oh.
So he's not that stupid apparently.
Fairly average.
Yeah, maybe he was a scientist, you racist. I think I know what we're gonna do here. Give me a
nerd battle.
give me a persuasion check to try to change his attitude towards you.
Oh wow.
That's not bad. 16.
Yeah, I think that's. Let me check my scale.
On roll dice, that's definitely not bad.
He wasn't hostile. You just attracted his attention. Yeah, he like his brow furrows a bit. I'm gonna totally roll with this 10 intelligence Gamorrean. He's like, yes. Well, unlike the biology of many worlds, the creatures which live in the ice here would be very hostile should you even penetrate them. And he goes on to talk about how there is a species of rare, mostly dormant ice worms that live on this planet.
Oh god.
That
We're doomed.
that if you were to tunnel into one of their nests, it would certainly eat you alive.
I just had a mental picture of you traveling through this chasm again, going. "Yeah." Continuing on.
And like he describes this in great detail, and he seems to be some sort of biologist.
I would like to invite him to the cafeteria sometime for a drink on me, and we can further discuss the biology of these creatures.
he looks at you, and he quirks an eyebrow and he says, "Very well, but you will have a chance to tell me what exactly it is you are doing here." He squints at you. "You do not look like a criminal of any sort I have ever seen." And
Well, frankly, I don't consider myself a criminal, but the galaxy at large sometimes disagrees.
And he puts his hand, I think his arm around your shoulder, and he begins to waddle you towards the cafeteria. "You can tell me all about this most fascinating story."
Over some NutriPaste.
Yep. Perhaps I can interest you in some Huttese noodles.
Huttese noodles sound better than NutriPaste.
Maybe it's Huttese noodles with NutriPaste as gravy.
Yeah.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
So we'll get back to Marlowe and the Gamorrean in a bit. That sounds like another band, Marlowe and the Gamorrean.
Yeah.
Bunko, how are things going with you?
Marlowe and the Gamorrean Slicers.
I'm keeping myself quiet. I'm just observing both our group and the rest of the prison facility and stuff like that, and just what they're doing and how everything is going about its actions.
Okay. Before we continue with that, you may note in your character notes, if you wish, that the Gamorrean's name is Gerfen. I will type that in the chat.
Oh, that's not quite as bad as I thought. Gamorreans get racially -2 to intelligence, so you only need to have a 12 to get a 10.
Not bad.
So you're keeping an eye out on the party, and then like kind of the general attitude of everybody in the prison.
Yeah, I'm basically just being an observer.
Yeah.
Just
You're
making sure nobody gets into trouble. Maybe ignoring erotic though. But
so I imagine like you're maybe sitting lean back against one of the trees with it. I think like maybe your legs crossed and you're just kind of like there surveying the area, kind of like people watching maybe. Give me a perception roll. Oh yeah, that's right. You can reroll perception. You notice Marlowe has definitely gotten some rather large green attention. You don't know how that will play out. He's kind of most definitely firmly in the embraces of that, though. I think you see Signal traveling around with a gaggle of droids occasionally, and you see you see him kind of moving throughout the facility. Rayla seems to be kind of like the center of attention, but she doesn't seem to have blown her cover at all. Like it seems people are just kind of attracted to her personality and maybe her bosoms, maybe her ass. Who knows? Roddick is probably making some waves, but we'll have to see about that in a second. Can you give me a deception roll, Bunko? That's a pretty low deception roll for you, man.
Yeah, that's a 2.
You stand out noticeably sitting kind of outside just watching. Nobody approaches you, but you do get some stares as like the new prisoner who's like kind of just sitting around watching everybody. You definitely notice being noticed. Roddick, you wanted to infiltrate an Imperial gang, huh?
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the food court, my sleeves rolled up and my symbol on my back, and I'm going to go up and try to get my food. What do they give you here for food? Just paste, or do they give something else?
No, they're like basically the Star Wars versions of replicators here. It's not quite as fanciful as Star Trek, but they've got like a variety of meals that they can prepare. They don't have any Iotran food, but they do have probably a, let's see here, what would be close to Iotran? Is there any species similar? I think there's actually a like a Trandoshan dish. Most Trandoshan dishes are like raw meat, given their predatory nature. But there's actually one here that's one of their few like vegetarian dishes that's being served that looks surprisingly like one of your dishes back home.
All right, I'll replicate that while looking around at the tables to look for the most staunchly anti-imperial group, maybe with resentment towards them, that I can find in the cafeteria.
Oh God! Give me a perception check.
Victor's taking the fast route to maximum security, it seems.
Started right.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
You can't tell who is anti-imperial. There's nobody here with like rebel swastikas tattooed on their head or anything like that. Yeah, you can't just look around and see anyone who's like sharpening a shiv and looking for some Imperials to kill.
Okay, well in that case I am going to...
You do see several clumps of people who are kind of, staring at you in your direction, but you can't tell whether or not it's because of your poorly markered uniform, or the fact that you're an Iotran, or the fact that you're just a newbie.
I will head to whichever one I think looks more concerned about me with my food and head straight over to their table and slap it down on there.
Roll a d4. Okay, alright. So Roddick, you make your way up to a group. Let me see who's there. There's a human female, a male Duros, a female Ithorian. Let me find a picture of Ithorian for you.
Ithorians are always interesting.
There's an Ithorian.
Kind of curious how an Ithorian ended up here, but...
Their homeworld was destroyed during the Yuzhong Vong invasion by a virus, I believe, and most of the people are scattered. So I think it's probably fairly If there was any time for the peace-loving Ithorians to turn to crime, it would probably be afterwards. Oh God, yes, we found the droid. There is a droid here. I think maybe weirding you out a little bit. And there's another female Celestin. Yep. There's a predominance of females in this group sitting at this table, including a female Ewok.
I think I'm probably gonna look to the Iothrin, and I'm gonna kind of give him a look over and say that you lot are pacifists, right?
I love this already. There's a pause, and it just turns to you, and it makes this like deep sort of like sound, like from basically Ithorians have mouths on the sides of their necks. It is very odd, and it definitely speaks in a language you do not understand, and the female Celestin next to her like looks at you, and you can see like the Celestin has like scars like running down one eye, and she looks like a little bit short and lanky, and she's like, "What do you want, newcomer?"
Well, I'm thinking that since your friend here doesn't really like to fight much, he might be interested in giving me some extra credit so I can get a second helping of food when I'm done with this one.
There's like a definite pause at the table.
We don't even have credits to get food, right? We just have credit per se.
You have ration like credits on a card, basically. Like he could technically like steal that from her. Oh God, I love this. Wow.
Roddick is off to a great start.
I need to look something up real quick.
Never good when you have to do that. I don't know if it figures into your line of thinking, by the way, with any NPC star, but the Iorchans are always on pretty good terms with the Empire in all of its various forms, from the sounds of it.
That is, by the way, the type of model droid at your table. The sadistic torture droid from Jabba the Hutt's palace.
Oh, that's awesome. That thing is much scarier than I had anticipated it to be honest.
Yeah. I think the Celestin stands up, and I think the Ewok kind of like tumbles back a little bit, and the droid like looks towards you and like focuses its eyes on you. Can you give me a persuasion check?
Oh God, not my highest stat. Let's see how
Oh, you're
it
well
goes.
aware, Roddick.
Maybe you'll get a ration card out of this, Roddick. If you rolled a 20, I would laugh so hard. Yep. So you're not very intimidating. They're like, you should leave now, you Imperial lover, before things get rough.
I'll
You're
tell
new
you
on
what
the block, so we'll let you go this time.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit here and finish this meal, and then I'm going to go get another. And then I'm assuming that the credit chip will be here at my dish or at my tray before I'm finished, or there will be trouble.
There's another pause. Let's see here. Rayla, Marlo, and Bunko, please roll perception checks.
Okay. Perception, also known as the Force for me.
Rayla, you get a tingling in your leku, and you kind of like look over at the other side of the cafeteria, and you see a very familiar Iotrin talking vehemently with a group on the other side of the cafeteria. seems to be arguing right in front of a fairly large Ithorian. He's almost like yelling in the face of a Celestin. Marlo, can you give me a check, please?
What kind of check?
Perception. Wow, all three of you, 21, 22, and 23. Marlo, you're in the process of describing to Gathern the circumstances by which you found yourself
Wait,
here.
you mean Gerthen?
Gerthen. I didn't have it in front of me, and like I think you notice he's looking off, and he's like looking at like this growing conflict, and I think Bunko, you're outside of the cafeteria, but you're able to see it, and you see like a growing conflict, and all three of you notice that something that I guess Roddick, give me a perception check, but difficulty is going to be a little bit higher for you.
That sounds fine. I'll just. I think it'll just roll. Do I need to add a modifier, or do I?
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't see this. Well, let me make sure. Nope.
Never good.
The other three see a furry ball roll beneath the cafeteria table and roll up to its feet behind Roddick. And you see an Ewok kind of roll up onto its feet behind him. And you hear a... And all of a sudden, Roddick, something latches onto the back of your leg and sinks its fangs down into your calf.
Oh, ouch.
And then we start the prison food riot.
God.
Do
I take any
popcorn?
damage for the bite or no?
Yeah, we're gonna see how this attack goes. This is gonna be a surprise, so this is gonna go first. I roll a d20 here. That's a pretty good roll. Just the modifier. Wonder if there's an Ewok Savage in the book.
Bite damages are normally like D6s, I think, but at least for things, if they have sharp teeth, sometimes it's D8s or more. But for a normal teeth, it's like a D6, I think.
So Roddick, what is your reflex score flat-footed without your armor?
I will have to figure that out. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah,
Is there a flat-footed? It says 19. I believe 19.
Well,
without your armor?
I believe so. I don't know if does that count my modifier though? I don't know.
You
Dex, I'm
don't
not
get
sure
dex. You just get 10 plus your level, basically.
It says flat-footed
Plus your
19,
class.
and then it says plus 8 for armor.
You don't have
might
the
be
armor.
yeah, since I don't have the armor, I'm thinking it might be 19.
Well,
Then I have
no,
a
the plus 8
miscellaneous, which is
is
1.
the armor, so you have 11. And one of that's probably your dex mod. What's your dex mod?
Okay. My dex mod is 2. I don't know if my Iotrin bonus would apply to a situation like this or not.
What's your Iotrin bonus?
+1 to all melee attacks, but that might be just me attacking then. So
Yeah, that's
that
just
wouldn't apply.
attacking. So
Yep,
you
that makes sense.
you effectively have 10, and then you don't get your armor. You're level 4, right?
I am level
4.
5? Yeah, 4.
Yeah, so you get that instead of your actual armor bonus. You have a 14.
You get your class bonus too, right?
Yeah, which is probably like a 2 for a soldier, I think.
Half level.
All you need to do is look at the formula, Victor, and just mentally remove the bonus that is your armor.
Well, he gets he gets a armor bonus. It's just 4 instead of the armor bonus he had.
Yeah. Subtract your armor, add your
You don't get
half
dex,
your
so
level, right?
it should be 16, I think, because you don't get dex for it, but you get your soldier bonus.
Does that look right to you, Star? I'm really sorry. I'm trying to figure this out myself right now.
Because right now, your flat-footed box says 19, right?
Yes.
And
I'm not
how much
wearing
is
the
your
armor.
actual armor you normally wear give?
Normally 8, but right now it would be, what, 2 or 4?
You don't get armor because you're not wearing armor.
Well, if he's
Oh,
not
it's
wearing
like
armor, he
class
gets
armor.
his level in armor instead.
You get the class armor then
Yeah.
if you don't have any
Well,
armor.
it's
That's
not.
what I'm
It's
trying to
separate
figure
from class armor. You'd be using the equation for not wearing armor, which is equal to your level for armor. So
All right, so it's
should-
10 plus 4 plus 1.
Well, he doesn't get. What's the one?
He
from?
gets 1 from
Class.
class.
For soldier, isn't it 2?
It's,
reflex
it's
defense?
one.
Did you
One
not?
for
Did you not
soldier.
update that?
I think fortitude is their strong suit.
Yeah, fortitude is a
Might
2.
be.
I'm looking at a sheet
think
right
it's
now,
right.
Cloud. You have a misc bonus. Where does that come from, Victor? Do you know?
Do you like armor mastery or something?
Might
Oh
be
yeah,
from-
that
yeah, that's probably what that is. That wouldn't
is
be
that
counting for this.
is that when wearing armor?
That's specific to my heavy armor, so that would be gone.
That needs to go under your armor rating then. We're gonna have to redo this when we come back to it. Because this is not listed correctly. So it's gonna be 10 plus 4 plus 1, so that's 15. And you get no dex modifier to that. Because this is flat-footed. So yeah, he does hit you. Going to roll. Let's see here, where did that go? PDF is being slow, sorry. Alright, here we go. Whoa! Megabyte. Damn.
Ouch!
You take 7 damage.
Wow. Okay, marking that down.
As this, like, horrendous, like, pain erupts on the back of your thigh, like, right over your knee, I think. Or maybe right below your knee, like, right at your calf, yeah. As this Ewok's teeth tear into your flesh. And you just hear this.
Oh god. What I instinctively want to do, I don't know if I can act just yet, but I want to reach down to this Ewok and I'm going to try to grab it off of me and hurl it at the creature in front of me, the Iothrin.
Okay. Yeah, give me. Let's see here. This is going to be a grab attack. Let me bring that
Thinking
up.
grab skills is on my list of potential soldier skills to pick up, given how much I end up using it.
Yeah, grapple is a thing. Okay, alright, so it's going to be an unarmed attack at -5. So you're going to roll, as often as we do this, we need to have you have like
Have an unarmed,
unarmed attack.
Yeah, I agree completely. I'm gonna add one here.
So it's going to be your strength. Actually, it should be No, we can't roll your gauntlet because that's integrated. Yeah, it'll be your strength plus your base attack bonus, plus 1 for your Iotrin melee, minus 5. So it'll be your strength modifier is plus 1, your base attack is 4, so that's plus 5. Plus.
Yeah, I got base attack. How much is the total for attack?
You're getting plus 6 total for your entire attack, minus 5, so it's a total plus 1.
Okay, plus 1 in damage. What should I set that to?
This is a non-damaging attack.
Okay, I'll just leave that this blank, or 2d8,
Yeah.
whatever it says, and we'll skip it then here. Okay, unarmed attack, and I get the plus 1 miscellaneous.
Oh, if
override,
this is a default unarmed attack, what is the damage for an unarmed? I think it's 1d4.
1d4, I think.
Yeah, it's a 4 about mods.
1d4 plus your strength modifier, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, set it for that. You won't be doing your damage for this because this is a grab attack, not an actual punch, but you can set it for that in case you just use it next time and we'll just ignore the damage.
Okay, I'll roll it right now here. Do I have the plus 1 to damage too, or just the attack roll, by the way? I wasn't sure.
It's to attack.
It's both, I think.
Yeah,
for
I'll
melee
take the-
attacks.
I believe the Iotrin bonus is only to attack.
Yes, that
Oh,
bonus
no.
would be the
Sorry,
strength
I added
bonus
up-
to both, though.
I accidentally added an extra plus 1 to the damage, was actually 4.
Oh,
It doesn't matter.
Not
We're
that it
not
matters in this case.
doing
Yeah,
damage.
Sorry.
Yeah, that you definitely grab onto this sucker.
Actually, you said it was he's only doing it at a plus 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually 5 less than that.
Oh, you didn't give yourself your minus 5 modifier.
Oh, wait. I gotta
Your
figure-
normal attack is strength plus base attack plus melee. But for a grab attack, you'd have a minus 5 modifier. That would have been your temporary modifier for the attack. It doesn't matter. You don't need to re-roll
Oh,
it.
okay.
It's just, it's 5 minus that. So,
Okay, so it should be minus
17.
4, not plus 1. Okay, I'll set that for
Yeah.
future. Got it set here.
So 17 is well more than enough to grab, and minus 2 penalty to attack rolls, unless it's using natural. Unfortunately, that's a bite. Give me a strength check to see if you can tear this thing from your leg and throw it at the Ithorian. Yep. All right. So you rip the Ewok from your leg. A little bit of your flesh coming with it. You pick it up and it's like like foaming at the mouth almost, and you see like blood pooling from its mouth, and it's like gnashing its teeth at you. And you're holding it up like a bloody little murderous Care Bear, and you just hurl it right at the Ithorian's face. And you just hear, and it like smacks right into the Ithorian, and both of them go down. Actually, just for sake of how well this is, give me a ranged attack roll.
Yeah, is that what's gonna attack roll?
A ranged attack roll.
You're giving a Chuck Ewok roll.
Yep.
Oh,
Ewok
God.
grenade. Frothing Ewok grenade.
Okay.
You can
let
just
me
roll your
that.
smoke. I think smoke grenade will probably work.
That would be fine. Here, let me pop it up here. 1 second. I actually want to see this.
Yep, murderous Care Bear. Oh yeah, you totally blink that thing right in the face. You hear, "Whoa," and it goes right down beneath this frothing mad Ewok. I guess before anything else happens, there's a moment. This might turn into an initiative situation. It might not. It depends on what you do next. You're looking over across the table, and you see this Sulliston has appeared, like just in her hand, like a plastic shiv has just appeared out of her sleeve, as she's like standing across from you, like suddenly taking up a stance near the Ithorian, and the droid is like whirring wildly, and the human woman's like backed away, far away. What do you do? Like everybody in the place is like staring, and there's like a commotion as you can hear like footsteps.
Is the plastic ship person look like they're coming towards me or not?
Um,
You think they're gonna lunge or no?
They're on the other side of the cafeteria table from you. It's not entirely clear what they may or may not do.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stand up and kind of put my hands on the table, like I'm preparing to possibly flip it over and see what their next reaction is.
Okay, all right, initiative situation. Let's get everybody. Everybody, click your token. I'm gonna put Marlowe's down here in a second. Goodbye, Chen. I just deleted you. Oh, I don't actually have a token for Marlowe yet. Marlowe, you're gonna have to roll yours normal.
I'm not necessarily in this. Do you still want me to roll it?
No, you don't have to.
Okay. Apparently still on there from last time.
Nice initiative there, Mario. Or Marla.
I'll be right back. Mario.
And I guess my picture, I do vaguely look like a plumber, so.
Oh, he's taking out a completely different kind of intergalactic trash. Let's see here. She's probably... Yeah, let's... Whoa! Wow, she's gonna fling herself right over the table, man. 26.
Hey, she botched the attack, because that would be really funny.
All right. Do I have prison shanking music? I don't think I do. No. Hmm.
Never good when it's Star Wars. Prison shanking music. Poor Roddick.
I could put Duel of the Fates on, but I think that might be a little inappropriate.
That would make for an awesome scene in the movie. Just like Duel of the Fates while people are fighting with plastic shivs.
It's like you have a spork.
Does a plastic shiv actually increase your damage when punching someone?
She'll get like a +1 or something. I don't know. This is all improvised, man. She's got a shiv.
It might be 1d4 deadly instead of 1d4 non-lethal.
Yeah, that might be right. Okay. God help you, Roddick. Hopefully she doesn't go for the eyes. Wait, what? Where did the attacks go on this person? Well, that's not cool.
Are you on the wrong tab?
No. All of the attacks got deleted from my NPC.
Oh no.
I'll find another one. It's really worrying, though.
Maybe that rollback you were talking about yesterday?
Oh god, I hope not. That would be horrible.
They did a rollback? Uh-oh.
They might have. Okay, some of my guys still have their attacks. Alright, here we go. Um, 12, I do not think hits you.
Does not
Does
sound
that
likely.
meet your reflex score? I don't think it does.
I do not believe it does with my... From what I
Alright, yeah.
understand, anyway.
Yeah, so she flings herself over the table, like sneering, plastic knife in hand, and like just slices at you. And you, I think you dodge back, and it slices down the front of your imperial marked jumpsuit. Marlowe, you see this crazy Celestin jump right at Roddick. What do you do from across the cafeteria?
Okay, well, right now I want to know, am I carrying like a tray or any kind of food or drink in my hand?
Carrying no, but you're seated at a table, and you probably have those things right in front of you.
Okay, I want to stand up, grab my drink, and yell, "Behave, you savages!" and then throw my drink at this woman with the knife.
You're like 15 feet away, and you're just gonna like snowball her right in the head with a glass. Oh my god, this is gonna be epic if you hit. Behave, you savages, and then clank, and then go like sit back down to eat your meal. If this works, you're gonna be like the #1 person for the day.
Oh my god.
Let's see, I don't have a thrown attack on me here.
Roll your Dex modifier plus your BAB. I have absolutely no good prison shanking music. I'm sorry.
That should be
Ain't
okay, 1
nothing
for
but a
basic
hound
attack,
dog.
3
I don't
for
know.
dex.
That's
Yeah,
right.
okay.
I don't know if you want.
$13. Holy crap! 13 exactly. That's a hit. Oh my god! What are we gonna roll for damage here? Improvised weapon with a like a glass of water.
It's probably like a D4 plus the half
Yeah.
level.
Yeah. Give me a D4 plus a modifier for your strength and your whatever half of your heroic level is. 3 damage. Wow, all those a 1, but it's still 3 damage. So Marlowe stands up. Behave, you savages! And just like chucks this glass of water like 20 feet, and this thing is like jumping at Roddick, like foaming at the mouth almost, like not as bad as the Ewok. And all of a sudden, careening out of nowhere, this glass just comes in and clocks her right in the face. And she just goes down screaming. It doesn't shatter, like it's not like that fragile, but like there's just a scream and she's knocked to the ground and wow, that was pretty amazing.
Well,
I think there's like a slow turn of almost every head in the. Give me a persuasion check, Marlowe, with advantage, which means roll it twice, and you get to take the better one. Okay. All right. Yeah. Every head turns in your direction, and there's some slack jawed, and it's all quiet. Like, there's this like moaning, like Sullustan woman right at Roddick's feet. Does anybody else do anything? Rayla, Bunko?
I reserve my action.
I am laughing my ass off, and I'm seeing if anybody else around me watching this and seeing if they want to take out pets.
Yeah, so like you're like, hey, like my money's on the Celestin, and the guy's like, which one? Roddick, it's your turn again, and this like woman's on the ground, like, just rolling around.
I'm
Your
gonna pick up my
plan to
dinner
fight. Yeah.
I'm gonna pick up my dinner tray with everything on it, raise it above my head, and then slam it down on the back of her head while she's on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, you smack it right down on top of her. Roll a d4 plus strength plus half level.
Let me double check here.
She's not really in a position to dodge at the moment. Whoa. So, like, straight out of, like, the Galactic Wrestling Federation, the GWE, Roddick just, like, brings this thing straight down on, like, I think her shoulder blades and her neck and the back of her head right as she's getting back up. And there's, like, this crash as she just goes straight back down, and his food goes flying everywhere and stuff. And there's, like, this whoomp as she goes right down.
I seem to have
And
got
is-
my food!
And,
I'll have to buy another, and I'm gonna reach down for her credit chip.
yeah, and yeah, you pick up her credit chip, and, like, everybody's just kind of staring in your direction.
I'm gonna
And
saunter over with her credit.
suddenly, like around the corner, two guards come running, and they just like look around, and like nearby they see like the frothing, bloodied mouth of the Ewok getting up from the Ithorian, and they see you with like your blood like streaming down from your leg, and they just randomly see this Ithorian or this Celestin lying on her belly a few feet away with like an upended crate of or a container of food on her back. This looks like, for all intents and purposes, like some food fight gone horribly wrong. And I think there's just like a pause, and they just look at everybody. They say, "All right, everyone, back to lunch.
Break it up.
Nothing to see here."
Roddick is going to very, very obviously, to everybody that had seen what just went down, walk over with her credit chip and buy himself a new tray of lunch to sit someplace else to eat.
I'm going to just straighten out my jumpsuit, sit down, and then look over at my Gamorrean buddy and say, "Now, where were we?"
He looks at you and he's like, "Nice arc." Oh wow, that was pretty classy. So yeah, Roddick didn't get sent to maximum. He just made potentially an enemy of everybody in the cafeteria. Who knows?
Get my reputation out there. That's what I'm hoping for.
Wow. All
Roddick
right.
Concord, disturber of the peace.
Yep. I think like a couple people come sit down at your table, Marlo, and your Gamorrean friend introduces you, and yeah, like you have like a sudden influx of people kind of interested in who the newcomer is. The Rock Club. Oh,
I'm
that's
more than
perfect.
happy to give impromptu lessons in basic physics that assisted me with my throw.
Yep. They call you the professor. Yeah, I think your Gamorrean friend. What is his name? Girthek or
Girthin.
Girthin? Like slaps you in the back, and then like, yeah. Back home they call him the Professor. You best not mess with him. He's a bloodthirsty one, and he totally talks you up. And yep, like overnight, a gang forms around Marlowe.
Oh boy.
We're the
that's
geology club.
The geology club.
And so ends your first day on BELSAVIS. You all, eventually head back to your dormitory. By the time lights, or the curfew is called, and I think you notice a pair of people packing up their belongings and leaving, and your Gamorrean friend is standing there with arms crossed, obviously having have kicked them out to replace them himself with himself and a loyal member of the Rock Club to watch over their boss. So now you have two members of Marlowe's gang living in your dormitory with you. And before you go to bed, Roddick, you find a note underneath your pillow.
I will definitely check that out.
It's not signed or anything. It just says, no progress today. Try to keep your food on your plate tomorrow.
Thought I would kind of chuckle about that, and when I use the facilities, I'll make sure I flush it.
So what's everybody's plans for the next day? I guess we'll again go from left to right. How about you, Signal?
Is there a place I could interface with the system computer, or with the station computer? Or
not the orbital stations, but you could.
Well, the facility.
You could. It wouldn't give you full access to the entire facility. Generally, you would be limited to the maintenance network, but you could find a way around that. Like, it's just they're kind of on separate networks, but it's not impossible. What do you?
I wish to become more friendly with the computer.
Yeah, you have easy access to the maintenance network, certainly. The security network, not so much. They're parallel. They're slightly tied together, obviously, because one has to function off of the other. But your droid credentials get you to one. What do you try to do?
Try to become more friendly with it, and get it to be able to inform me when stuff out of the ordinary happens and stuff like that.
The maintenance network or the security network?
Probably the maintenance network for now.
Okay. Give me a use computers roll.
Use computers. 24.
It's not bad at all.
Yes, Signal. Gain control over the maintenance network. And then you can use it to blackmail the security network or it doesn't get fixed.
Yeah, you're able to interface well enough with the maintenance network. You handshake and introduce yourself. You don't make an ass of yourself, and it's okay with you being the newcomer. You ask it to alert you if anything unusual happens.
Yeah, like stuff opens or breaks if it wasn't when it wasn't supposed to, or is outside expected cycles and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Are you still going about your maintenance cycle
Yep,
and
I'm
looking
still
about the
going
facility?
about the maintenance cycle other than that.
Give me your mechanics roll for the day.
23.
That's definitely enough. Yeah, you do a pretty good job today. How about you, Rayla?
I'd probably do my day much like yesterday, except like if people like they know that I stole a fast ship to enjoy it. I was wondering if maybe they did it for fun around here, like if they had any like races or anything like that occur, or
They snort. They're like race on what?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything yet, but you know.
They say like they're not allowed to keep ships on the planet, like not even the security force. All the shuttles are kept in orbit.
A pity.
Yeah, like a few smirk and they're like, yeah, pity. Um, do you like spend the day kind of asking about the shuttle situation, like the situation with ships on the planet, that sort of thing?
Yeah, we
Like
can.
the routines with like when supplies are brought down, and it's kind of sounds like you're interested in that.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Give me a gather information check.
Another gather info you shall have, GM. No modifier.
As well as a deception check.
That you shall also have. Yay for rolling stats I'm not trained in.
Okay, 16s all around. You don't find anything specific. Again, you get the response that like, yeah, what are we gonna race on? Like loader wheelies or something.
It's something.
You do find that they do have speeders on the planet, like not like air speeders, but land speeders to help ferry cargo and prisoners and stuff between the various linked facilities. There's not a whole lot. They're used by the security forces. They're typically kept under fairly close guard. Although several prisoners work in the motor pools, ones who have demonstrated an aptitude with that and who have behaved well. You also gather that supply ships come down, on a fairly regular basis, but they literally land, unload their stuff, and take back off. Seems like a fairly smart system. No ship stays on planet. They all go park up at that really big orbital station, so there's no chance of an escape, and they're all pretty closely monitored.
All right.
And yeah, like I think you haven't really. You're not blending in per se. You still have like a lot of people asking you questions about like where you come from, and you have like a lot of attention on you. But you get the feeling a lot of it's more just from the fact that you're the new girl in town, so to speak, and you get the feeling that people are more or less attracted to both you and your personality than necessarily the fact that you're interesting from a story perspective. You're just you're the new flavor.
Indeed. New blue girl on the block.
So there is some interest in you, but your cover's still intact. How about you, Marlo? What's going on with the Rock Club today?
Well, I'd like to sort of kind of rally any potentially interested people for my little lecture that I prepared last night called Physical Violence, the Science of Kicking Ass. And it's going to have like a little bit of physics and chemistry, just about like all sorts of useful things about, basically ways to cause a maximum amount of havoc and damage in this sort of environment with improvised tools.
Give me a.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Let's see here.
awesome.
There's gonna be several roles involved here. Can you give me a knowledge physical sciences here? Because it sounds like you're going from more of a physics perspective than a biology perspective. You're not really talking about weak spots. You're talking about like, if you use this as a fulcrum, or you put a rock in a sock.
And like a little bit about like homemade explosives, things like that.
Oh God. Marlowe's going serious, man. Okay, it's not an in-depth tale of destruction and havoc, describing how to build like trebuchets or anything like that. Can you give me a persuasion check to see exactly how charismatic you're kind of going over this? Like if you're able to kind of keep their attention. Well,
I'm gonna use a force point on that.
Oh, okay, force point. So let me do something here, and this actually brings up a point that I wanted to bring up. I'm gonna actually let's see here. Force points. You may use force points as a free action to roll a d6 and add a result to a single roll, attack roll, skill check, or ability check. You can do this once per round. That's pretty straightforward. So you can give me a d6.
Oh, for that matter, what do destiny points do?
Yeah, I was about to talk about that too. Destiny points. If you have chosen to take a destiny, you get a destiny point at every subsequent time you level up. This was something that I had forgotten about, but fortunately hasn't really come up yet. Here is a summary of destiny points. I have updated everybody who has destiny points. Your current total. Roddick has several. I know. I think Rayla, I gave you several, even though I think your destiny technically works a little bit differently. I may not have given you. I'm not sure what I decided on that.
I'm sitting at 1 right now.
Yeah. And Marlowe, you definitely have some destiny points. You can spend a destiny point. It doesn't take an action. And you can automatically score a critical hit without rolling. You can automatically cause an attack made against you to miss, even once it's resolved. You can act out of turn, changing position in initiative order. You can take damage that would otherwise harm another character within your reach, like jumping in front of a bullet for them. You can increase the effect of some force powers. You can use some applications of force secrets, or you can immediately gain 3 force points.
Can I use a destiny point to score a critical hit on my persuasion roll?
Unfortunately, no. Destiny points have nothing to do with skills. Destiny points are all about like survival. I did look to see if there was anything about like succeeding at skills, and it's not a thing. But yeah, if you have chosen to participate in Destiny, which not everybody has, you get a destiny point every level, and you can spend them as you wish. Sometimes you will be awarded destiny points in addition to that if something happens in relation to your destiny. And
No, there's times that might actually come in very handy, so I'm gonna keep that in the pocket now.
So yeah, you have a persuasion 10, so you don't lose hold of the group. No riot against the professor, but you do lose several of them. But you do have like kind of a small core, like maybe like six of them at this point who kind of stick around for the lecture, and you've got Griffin there kind of trying to maintain some order. He seems more amused by this little experiment of yours, like taking you in as an impromptu leader than anything else. You get the feeling that he's like, oh, this will be amusing for a while. It doesn't go over terribly well, but it is not a total backfire. Can you give me a deception check too?
Wow.
Nice. You have them convinced that, despite kind of the shallowness of your backstory, the professor is real, and he like maybe like did you come from like a mining background and you use that mining background to smuggle explosives and sell them on the black market or something?
Well, I figured I probably just kind of told them like basically my backstory, but claimed that I was like arrested at the end of it and sent here.
Okay, all right. So for those of us for those who haven't heard the basics of your backstory, can you do a little generalization for what you would have told the criminals?
Yeah, so basically uh, I came from a fairly rich family on Celeste, and I got bored of academia, so I stole one of my family's yachts and a bunch of explosives from the school and just kind of set off to do a bunch of prospecting on my own. And then at one point I got boarded by pirates basically, and I used all my explosives to just completely destroy both ships. And then I'm going to say at that point given the carnage of everything involved, I got charged with basically several counts of murder, grand theft starship, and got sent here.
Yep. So yeah, in essence, Marlowe blew up his personal Sorosub personal luxury yacht 3000 and took a lot of pirates with him and got charged with manslaughter and theft of a starship and sent here. The part about blowing up his luxury yacht was true, along with all the pirates. Yeah, all right. That's pretty funny. I think they probably buy it because it's a little bit truthful. How about you, Agent B? What's going on with your day today? You can see the professor out there by the pond underneath one of the trees giving a lecture to his class of students.
Yeah, I'm I'm observing from afar so I don't get a headache later. But just watching again, just overlooking the rest of the crew just to make sure they're all safe and whatever. And I'm also looking for like any kind of activity that looks like any of the inmates socializing with any of the guards, stuff like that.
Okay, give me another perception and a deception.
I'll re-roll that.
You've been really lucky on your rerolls, always being higher.
Yeah. And deception.
Yeah, not bad. You're starting to get a pretty good lay of the compound, like better than everybody else, because you're kind of watching from an outside perspective. Everybody else is sort of getting involved. You've been approached by several people, but you've kind of blown them off. You've gotten the occasional like, "Hey, babe, what's your story?" And you've kind of sweet talked your way out of it occasionally.
Back in a minute.
And I think people here are aware enough with like the attitude of criminals to sort of gauge your attitude just by being around you to know that you are not someone who is giving off vibes that they want to really be interacted with at this point. So you don't get a whole lot of attention, especially given your deception scores. You're kind of just laying low. I think you know that there is a little bit of a clannish. You've noticed there's a little bit of a clannish nature between some of the prisoners. Like there is definitely some cliques, but it's not what you would typically think of as like prison yard gangs. It looks more like long-term associations of people who basically just have nothing better to do. You get the feeling that is probably how they share gossip about the prison. You do see the occasional transport come in from a different minimum security compound or something like that. That you get the feeling that there is actually some limited transportation between the compounds. You're not really quite sure how that works. Whether people can request a transfer, if there's like something like a day pass for good behavior, but you've definitely noticed a few people who you don't recognize from the compound, and again, you don't recognize everybody by face, but people who don't really seem like they're just from here, escorted in like on a speeder for the day or something. Um, nothing really stands out to you specifically, although you do notice that Roddick has been getting a lot of looks from a lot of people.
I wouldn't know why.
Yeah. Speaking of Roddick, what's your day like, Mister? I think at the end of your day yesterday, you were brought into one of the medical facilities, and you had to be treated for like Andorian rabies. But
Do I get healed at all on there? I'm curious.
yeah. Let me give you a treat injury roll here. You're probably healed up, but it was a fairly substantial bite.
Get a
Roll
scar
backs.
and be like, "This is where an Ewok bit me."
Oh, there's definitely a freaking scar.
Yeah, probably not my first.
You can make out the little Ewok fangs.
I think Radek should probably take a penalty to his movement speed for a little while.
Yeah, if he was required to actually move around, he might have some disadvantage occasionally. If it came to a sprint or something. Let me roll medicine for your doctor.
Rick thinks he needs to blow this popsicle stand if he's going to actually get me.
Ooh, not a very good roll. Apparently, he's not having a good day.
Turns out your doctor is Zeta 3 in disguise.
That would be really funny. I almost had that happen, but I couldn't really justify it. Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter. You can take a second win.
You had to
You
be
can-
below half health for that.
Oh, that's true. I'm glad they did that. That would be abusable if they didn't have that little condition in there.
Yeah, that would change things a lot. I'm nowhere near half health damaged.
Where the hell are the healing rules? I know it's in combat.
Sorry to curveball you with stupid rules like that.
Is it maybe-
I
Is
need
it
to have
maybe
these written down.
in the skills section, maybe?
Oh yeah, that's right. I was looking in the completely wrong place. It would be under treat injury.
I am back.
Let's see here. You gain 4 hit points plus, you gain 8 hit points.
Puts me back to full. Cool.
Good.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, before I leave the doctor's office, if I'm going to get myself into maximum here, do I see any like extra meds laying around before I leave?
What are you really trying to look for here?
Anything that I might be able to go score on the black market, or at least attract a black market type person with?
There are medicines in the office. Some of them are locked up. Are you looking for loose medicines? Is
Yeah,
what I'm
something
getting
I
at.
can slip in
Give
my
me a
pocket on
perception.
the way out.
Perception check.
Let me do that. A little prison currency goes a long ways.
That's good. Yeah. You do see. I think just out of the room you're in, on a like lying on a desk in the office nearby, there is a med pack that's opened. And you can see some basic like supplies in there, and you know that there are some like in most med packs there are painkillers and stuff like that, like equivalent to morphine and the like.
I'll try to swipe a few painkillers on the way out if I can.
Wow.
I know that'll be tricky.
I didn't think Roddick would be the first one making a sleight of hand attempt.
It's an unusual situation. Yep, that's what I'm thinking it'll probably be, but I'm waiting for the call first.
Yeah, so
Should I roll stealth or should I roll something else?
yeah, this is stealth. This is a pickpocket when you attempt to pilfer a small hand-sized object from a target within reach.
Oh, I nat 20'd it.
Well, actually, this is actually sleight of hand. Wow, nat 20? Shit. Yeah?
Gotta see if they roll a nat 20.
Not only do
You,
you get the medication, you get the little jar of tongue depressors too.
No, I mean, like, a nat 20 is just a crit success, man. That's an automatic success.
Boink.
Yep, you like duck in there, and maybe have like an Iotrin sneezing fit, and in the process like bend over into the room and just like snag a couple patches of medical sedative or some other various drugs in there, and slide them into your jumpsuit.
Sorry, Doc. Must have been the rabies.
Yep, the Andorian rabies. Maybe you caught the Andorian shingles while you were in there too.
So yeah, I think once I get back out of the doctor's office, I am going to kind of start seeing if I can feel out where I might find a dealer, maybe a dealer that's affiliated with the Imperials or an enemy of the Imperials.
Oh man, Roddick. Gather information check, please.
Ooh boy, I haven't had to use that one before. It should be useful.
There's a lot of weird checks coming up today. I like it.
Yeah, this is charisma. Oh, well,
a
that was
19.
Flat roll, that could have been worse.
Would you like to use a force point?
Yeah. If I'm having trouble finding something, I'll totally use a force point.
Yep. Well, hang on. This might be rumors or it might be secret information. If it's secret information, a force point might not help you. Secret information includes anything unavailable to the general public, yeah. Examples include classified police report, hidden location. Learning a piece of secret information typically requires a DC 25 check and 5,000 credits in bribes. But, in prison, credits don't mean everything. If you rolled a 6, you could make a DC 25 check with a force point, but you would have to roll a 6. You'd also probably have to use the drugs that you got as your bribe.
That is a hard friggin'.
Yeah, you'd have only a 1 in 6 chance of doing it. The only other use for well, let's see here. Locate individual. Check for a specific individual, either someone you know by name or someone with the skill, item, or information you need. 15 if the target is relatively easy to locate. If the target isn't well known or has taken strides to conceal his or her presence, DC is 25 and the cost is 500 in bribes. So the DC is still 25.
Oh,
wait,
wow.
wait. Each gather information check represents 1d6 hours of time.
Oh, you can...
I will say, if you are willing to spend the entirety of the day, I will lower the difficulty modifier by 2. That will make it at a 23. So you'd have to roll a 4 or higher on your force point.
So 50.
And unless you could somehow talk your way into a +2 modifier for something. A +2 modifier is anything that makes your task easier or gives you like an advantage in your task.
I'm trying to think if there's anything I could think of that would be qualifying as that. I mean, I'm definitely looking for a dealer. I'm trying to find out what their background is or who they're affiliated with. I'm kind of looking for the Imperial dealer in particular, but if I find an enemy of them, I might also deal with them in a completely different manner. I don't know. I definitely am hoping maybe if I show up and sound a little angry at somebody that saw what happened to the woman in the cafeteria, I might start with those people. The one that I slammed the tray over the head at the end and threw the Wookiee at the other person. The 2 people at that table might be who I started with. I don't know if that.
I don't think they have a whole lot of reason to talk to you. Give me a persuasion check.
Maybe I'll pay that woman another visit. She seems like she might know where to get drugs, and she's probably not feeling the best.
Oh, the one that got beamed over the head?
Yeah, I might pay her the first visit.
Alright, give me a persuasion check and tell me how you try to persuade her into giving you this +2 for your gather information check.
I think I'm going to show up, and when I see her, I'm going to walk over and say that you offended me the other day, and the only way to get off my shit list is if she can point me in the direction of something that I'm looking for.
Yeah, she squints at you and she says, "Why the hell would I care?"
Do you want another broken leg, or do you want to give me an answer? And
you didn't do anything to me. It was that freak, the professor. As soon as I heal, that guy's gonna get what's coming to him.
Roddick's just gonna cross his arms and said, "Professor didn't brain you over the head." But I guess he's not gonna go with it. So I'll keep trying to ask around. I guess best I can do. I'll roll the force point though, regardless.
All right, 4 or higher.
You know I'm so screwed.
Oh no dice. You get disturbingly close to finding a drug dealer. You know there's somebody operating like within the northwest section of the compound, but you're talking to a couple people and then they just clam up.
Well, if I can't find the dealers, I'm gonna get the dealers to come to me, and I'm going to definitely pick some people that can't keep their mouths shut. I'm gonna sell them all the drugs I took from the medical bay in exchange for like gray market currency, like cigarettes and crap. Death sticks, I guess. Something illegal.
So you're trading your drugs for more legal, or at least less illegal currency.
But I'm doing it really blatantly. I'm trying to pick addicts that look like they won't be able to shut up about what I did.
You're trying to get the word out that you're a new dealer in town?
I think if you trade for death sticks, I think you're trading less legal for more legal.
Alright, that's a smart thing to do.
I dump the evidence. If somebody comes search me now, all I've got is gray market stuff, not black market stuff.
All right, we'll have to see what happens on the next episode of Star Wars.
Bum bum bum.
Yeah. So that was a very
I feel like I'm
fun
taking
episode.
I feel like I'm taking the slow approach, and everyone else is just jumping headlong in.
Yeah.
I'm not going super fast.
Yeah. I
Oh,
think
I
I
want
think
to
Rayla.
mention.
Yeah.
I want to mention that like if like more than a day or something is gonna pass between now and like when we pick up, at some point, like in the downtime, Marlo wants to start snooping around for some ingredients to make some explosives.
Oh Jesus.
Oh boy.
All right, that can happen. Rayla, are you getting a little bit more specific into your inquiries? Maybe I can plan this before the next episode or the next session.
Yeah, I'll probably eventually bring around the conversations about, I don't know, maybe like the smuggler pilot in some way. He's a pilot
Right.
like I am. I mean,
Give me a gather information roll. This will be the last roll of the session. I just want to see how that goes.
all right. Wow, I like 16 today apparently.
That's not bad.
Would you like to spend a force point?
I think I shall.
All right. Not
So
bad.
19.
Not bad. All right. Yeah. I think you may have some results from that the following episode. So yeah, we saw some really interesting approaches to things in this session. We got some people doing the more roundabout approaches. Some people doing the very like passive approaches with Bunko. Like just keeping an eye on the place, maybe making sure nobody gets themselves killed despite their best efforts. And a couple people going kind of nuts, like one person infiltrating the black market of the prison, and the other person apparently starting a gang and talking about formulating explosives. So I'm really loving it. I also love Marlowe's home run. I guess it wasn't a home run pitch; it was like a strikeout pitch. So that was pretty great. So let's see here. Making it out of a pretty bad situation on the ship. Is going to net everybody 200 XP for not blowing up and getting yourselves killed out in deep space. So everybody can mark down 200 XP for that.
Well, not me, right? I wasn't even on that ship.
That's true. If Chen was still around, he could mark it, but sadly not.
Chen signs over all his belongings to Marlo.
Your belongings are actually like probably just in a closet somewhere on the Far Ranger. Maybe Marlo will get them eventually. Let's see here. For snooping about, because everybody did take pretty intelligent actions on, like I really understood where everybody was going in terms of their individual investigations, and everybody took their own individual courses. Everybody is going to get 200 points worth of XP for their individual investigations, and I'm going to award Marlo an additional I want to say 130 XP for beating that woman in the face and stopping the fight, because that could have gone really nasty.
That was an awesome shot. Definitely the time to make a roll.
Right.
And I know XP has been kind of a slow burn this episode. With very slow RP gains. I'll say that episodes are set up to be episodes, and you might not get a whole lot session to session, and it might come in all at once at the end of the episode. So you have that probably to look forward to, because I know where things are probably going. Except for maybe with the explosives. I don't know where things are going with that, Marlo. But There's probably
I
going to
don't
be
really know where they're going either. I just
Yeah.
have a feeling that explosives are going to be useful at some point.
Yeah. So we'll see, man. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, anything?
I'm going in from the route that the entire list of people is made of violent individuals, except for the two who are from minimum security, which seem like the skills the others lack.
And I'm going in with the approach that I need to work my way in and earn my way into maximum security rather than be inserted there and then go from there. Hopefully with a gang affiliation just for the extra bit.
Definitely feel free to check out the character notes in the player section if you want to go back over. Who all is missing. I might be able to fill out the rest of the maximum security people who are missing. I intentionally left some of them blank in case I have to bring in some characters at a short notice.
Ooh, I should have thought if there was MSC droid.
Cool. I'll see most of you guys back in about just a little over a half hour. I'll see you guys shortly.
Cool. All right. Well, good session, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for coming up with some
User left your channel.
ingenious ways of getting out of